9:30. So this Newham local plan examination hearing session is now open. And William Fieldhouse, the inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan. Can you hear me okay at the back? A reminder, please, for the switch of our phones, laptops, and other devices to silent. Toilets are located out on this floor, out through the door there, into the main lobby, round to the right, and then on the left under the sort of stairs. No fire alarm planned for fire alarm test planned for today. So if the alarm does go on, back through the building, out through the door, into the lobby, round to the left again, out through the main doors where you would come in, and stay the building and congregate to the DLR station. Charlotte's here, the program professor, got queries today about the information more generally. So today we are dealing with part 2 of number 4, starting off for today, and the N17 neighbourhood and the allocations there. We're dealing with today a total of 17 allocations. We've got all day if we need it. I suspect it won't. It may be that we will finish or around lunchtime. But if we need, we've got the ones we need. So I'm not rushing one, but we'll just see how it goes. I know that some of the allocations I've got some questions about. People here have got things to say about some of the allocations. I've got some more limited questions about. So we'll see how it goes anyway. For those who haven't been yet, for one of my sessions, a reminder of the purpose of the examination is to help me decide if the plan is sound and legally compliant, and if not, how it can be modified to ensure that it is. That is the plan that was published on the 18th of July, submitted for examination on the 18th of July 2025. So I'll start each general item with some questions to the council. You can contribute if you wish. When you do wish to speak, just put it up there and I'll bring you at a appropriate time. We don't have microphones in the room, so when you do speak, please do speak up loud and clear so that everyone can hear you. And also, we are on YouTube and or Zoom again today. Yeah, I think someone got in touch with me yesterday. I know, YouTube, so it's really to hear, but there is an alternative option. So I think that was working better. So if anyone's listening out there, go to Zoom. Right. In terms of main modifications to the plan, the council did submit some main modifications to the plan. I've explained in my guidance notes, those that I'm examining, things that would address the issues that I identified. So what I said to the council about those was, well, if in response to my questions, it's clear that the plan as submitted is not sound, you can put those modifications that you represent us as relevant. The council, in response to my questions related to matters 1 and 4, and in response to some of my preliminary questions, has proposed some kind of modifications. And they are set out in document D6, which was published on the 21st of November 2025. That's on the examination library. So I'll just check. I don't think any of those are directly relevant to the allocations to the railway.
And the airport heights, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay. One thing you may or may not have picked up on, one of the proposed main modifications, which we spoke about yesterday, was the site allocation maps, which modifications proposed to describe them as indicative diagrams. And yesterday we had a further discussion about that, and I will be suggesting, well, it was agreed, that the plan should also provide a bit more explanation about what that indicative diagram is and what it isn't. You know what I mean? Its status and purpose, because obviously, depending on the sites, some of the things shown on it, we'll see what the council's wording is, but I mean, they're not meant to be prescriptive, they are indicative, and the extent to which the sort of layout shown there can be changed will vary, I guess, on the site. But we'll see what the council's wording comes up with. just be aware that is, there's two modifications to qualify those maps. So if you have concerns about those, bear that in mind. Just one thing actually that came up yesterday was a main modification to N17 and then N17 SA1 about the proposed deletion of the reference to transformative public transport. That is in here.
Yeah, that was.
Which,
yeah.
So
we were going to raise this if we can add to that. I think because there was some confusion on obviously within our schedule that we published back in the summer. I think in terms of what was coming from it was probably I think that one was missed on there, but there was some around dictating our rate questions on that side. Say that we proposed modification that isn't in there. Because it wasn't referenced in the meta question, so I think there was a bit of confusion at our end of what we were meant to be putting in instead. It was directly the mods that we were raising.
The modification, I'm not looking at that yet. You submitted the plan.
Yeah.
So anything that you wish to propose as a modification, you need to refer to it, set it out, and explain why it's necessary in response to one of my questions. You submitted all the statements now, the die is cast. You can still bring them up at a hearing session, obviously.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to propose a modification, it needs to be in this or in the next iteration of that, which will include all of the main modifications you proposed in your matter statement of matters 5 to whatever it is.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you do that, you can get back and check.
Is that okay?
It is, but don't start adding things in that we haven't discussed. Obviously, that one we discussed, and we did identify yesterday, even though it wasn't in there.
Yeah.
Okay. So just to be clear, other than the airport heights, which were relevant to some of these neighbourhoods, there aren't any other main modifications referred to in your written statements. I don't think it's very
I think because it didn't get raised a bit around what a Tate and Lyle, when we did the statement of common Lyle, that we proposed a modification around residential, the transition mitigation, to add in the clause to one of the neighbourhood policies where relevant. And I think we need to double check that be in there.
Okay. Okay. When we get to N2, when we get to this state or sites that take Lyle, we can let us know. Interesting. Okay. So this will get added to. I think hopefully when you do the next iteration, if there's anything that you, I suppose when this is meant to be everything for matters 1 to 4, and then add the ones that any additional ones like the one we missed, make sure you plan better.
Should we do that as an action today, so you have that bit, because then we won't add anything? I think because it was just how we did it. So if we do that by the end of play today, we can get that over to you.
Okay, that would be really good. Yeah. Sorry, it's sidetracked there. So when we discuss each of the neighbourhood sites, bear in mind that if there's a modification there, that if there's anything else, it'll be explained today.
Yeah.
Okay. Just one other thing about things that have been published since you wrote your written statements, and therefore you weren't able to refer to them. There were a number of documents, ED5 to, it was ED12, it seems to be relabeled ED11 on the examination website when I looked at it this morning. But anyway, they're all there under ED, under the examination documents. Some of them are not relevant today, some of them are, and some of them will be relevant for later matters. Anyway, the ones I wanted to draw to your attention, in case you haven't seen them, is ED8, the housing land supply performance for all of the allocations, including the ones here. And the council filled in the pro forma that I personally provided, setting out the trajectory for the development of the site in terms of the dwelling governance, the whole performance of development, just because it was in the context of the NPPF and PPG evidence about house trajectory and developable sites. So it has a summary of what the council considers to be the relevant evidence to demonstrate whether a site is deliverable or developable as defined in the NPPF and the PPG. So those are on the website. I see some of you searching through, so you want to maybe have a look at those. Well, I'll be referring to them when we get to each site. We're going to go through each allocation in turn, so we can look at those. The other one that is relevant is about the viability. this is new evidence as such. The 2024 liability report assessment by BNP Paribas was published. Well, it was published at the stage, it was submitted with the plan. But there were some of the information needed was reformatted in a way in response to a question that I asked. It was published on Monday as ED, as I said, ED 12, or it may appear as ED 11A on the examination documents list. And what that does is just summarise for each allocation what that bit of work BNP indicates as being whether it's viable or not. And sets out some figures for each. I'll be referring to that for each allocation as we go through each step. Okay, just finally before we start, I will at the end of this week and or next week do a note setting out some action points, things that are identified already as being things that the council either needs to propose a modification in relation to or do some further work about. So there's been a number of those. I'm not going to go through them, but I will do a note. I might just quickly go through some things at the end of today. It's not essential. So that's just for information. So any procedural questions or queries that anyone wishes to? Yeah, Ballymore.
Just a quick one. So
yeah,
visiting these sites.
I'm not promising to visit everything. I'm going to visit some. Yeah. So if there's a particular reason that you want me to look at a particular site.
It's just in terms of discussing some of what's in that context.
Yeah.
And some of them cases get it and then get
yeah.
Others.
Well, I'm going to see it as I go along, and if there's a particular reason, as I said, it depends what the issues are, whether I need to, and if there's an issue about needing access, or I will, let me know, and I'll think about it and bring it to Nate. So, thank you for that. Right, unless there's anything else, now we'll go around the table if we could please and introduce participants. So if I start with the council, thank you.
Thank you. I'm Lily Mahoney, a principal planner at Newham.
Naomi Pomfret, also a principal planner at Newham.
I'm Sarah Kerr, senior planner in Tuesday and Chances, Bishop EVP, Lawrence, principal planner. Sally, interim manager. Bethany Revere, associate planner at Rockshire Planning, representing Planning Group.
John Roche, director of Rockshire Planning, representing Planning.
The Robert Associate Director
I can't hear, sorry.
Sorry, Amy McNeil Roberts, Associate Director of Savills, representing.
Good morning, John Folks, Planning, representing Hadley Limited. I'm George Fairley, a Deacon and Planning Consultant, Social Planning representing Excel.
Chris Gascoigne, Board Director at Deacon and Consultant representing Silverstone Limited, but I've also joined sessions regarding Excel and Celtic.
Okay.
That's okay with you.
It's okay with your client.
Alistair Buckle, Director at Deep 9, representing Silvertown Partnership.
Isabel Joe, Senior Development Manager at Lend-Lease.
Okay, well, we've got them all. Some of you I'm struggling to hear a little bit, so you may have to speak up a bit so that I can hear, but also the microphone. Right. So I don't think there's anything I need to say by way of introduction. So we will move straight on to the obviously the agenda item is the one. Just a reminder, to myself, this is part of the Royal Doors Objective Riverside Opportunity Area, which was the big side that we talked about yesterday was as well. But these 5 neighbourhoods make up the rest of that opportunity area in the borough, in Newham borough, yeah? Okay, right, so on neighbourhood 1, we have 2 allocations. I don't think anyone here has got anything directly to say about anything of these, so I don't know if you do anything. So we've got N1SA1, which is a site that has full planning permission. Is that right? Looking at the pro forma?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it has full planning permission. It's on the trajectory. It's expected to start in year 3 after adoption, so it's assumed to contribute to the 5-year supply. Yeah. So it's because it's got full planning permission, it falls into the category of being deliverable unless there's clear evidence to the contrary. So I don't think anyone's suggesting that's not the case. I think in terms of the 350 in 1 year, that reflects the nature of the development.
I think it reflects when the developer, in this case is the councils, have good popular indicated that it would come forward, so put a ball in that single year.
What for?
Yeah.
In one block?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Right, and in terms of what the viability evidence in these tables shows, where are we on this one? Which table are we in and which row are we in?
It's not viability tested.
Oh, it's not, because...
Yeah, it's a council site.
Council site is not. So not every site is viable.
Okay. But the council as landowner and you as planning authority representatives, you've got no doubts that development's going to go ahead. Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, so that seems to be one that you can tick off fairly safely in the 5 years supply. Right, there's one. I think yesterday, obviously, you had 600 homes on the Vector site assumed to contribute to 5 years supply. I'm going to keep a note of things. Obviously, that would be dependent on St William to look at those homes. St William themselves said yesterday, I don't think it's likely that there will be 600 built in the 5 year period. Yeah. And I think, towards the end of the day, they explore it, but that site doesn't even have outline planning yet, does it? It has a resolution to grant. So that's subject to a section 106. Then you've only got outline, then you've got reserve matters. Then you're talking about a complex site with, there'll be pre-conditions, pre-commencement conditions about. So, if you look at a typical timeline between a big site starting and outline permission being granted, starting within 3 or 4 years, is pretty optimistic, I thought. And so William themselves are saying they think they'll do it. So I'm not sure, but just flagging up, that's one I've got on my list already. I don't think 600 is appropriate for that in the 5 year supply. We're going to come back to this under matter when we look at the overall housing land supply situation. One of the things, as I said, NPF requires me whether this plan identifies a 5 year supply, 5 years for adoption. So I need to go through the process. That's come to conclusion. So I'll make a note of the ones, and we can come back when we look at the overall supply position. Probably go through a list and say, well, I think having been through each of these allocations, it's unlikely these will be. We can respond to your question. Bear that in mind. Okay.
No, yeah.
Right. So that one, okay. N1 SA2. This is a smaller site. Is this council owned as well?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is not viability tested. No, it doesn't have planning permission.
No.
And you're not assuming it contributes to 5 year supply. So it's in year 6. It's shown to start on the pro forma. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. I don't know. Who's leading on these sort of general questions? I don't know. Right, okay.
Apologies, bringing them up one at a time.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's starting from the term, that side. So
Yeah. Well, it's on the profile where it comes down to year 6. So so that just has to meet the test of being developable, which is it's available to council and it's digitally located. I don't think there's any doubt that it's unless there's a significant constraint on that to come forward, it could not be treated as being something that contributes to housing land supply during a plan period. Okay, so unless there's anything else on neighbourhood 1 or those 2 allocations, I will move on to neighbourhood 2, which is Royal Victoria. 5 allocations in this neighbourhood. Are there any modifications proposed to N2? Is this one of the airports? I mean, the modification to the airport relates to the airport. It's really just a cross-reference to policy T5, isn't it? It doesn't really change anything substantially. Yeah.
Yeah, if I can add something, we didn't bring it on in the factors because it was more related to the but the same principle applied to the top buildings. we are adding some related to the airport constraint.
Yeah.
So we can have that in the schedule.
But it's
related
but it is the engine.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's no significant ones and no modifications other than possibly airport reference to the allocations.
Yeah, so we've got some in there.
Oh, so this is 10 miles, isn't it?
Yes, we've got for the vision for the Royal Victoria, we're looking to add around the appropriate mitigation buffering between residential and industrial uses. That was just with Taylor Mile, that's a ground.
Okay.
And then
Let's go back to, sorry, I asked the question now, I realise it's probably better to deal with it when we come through each of the slides. So, okay. Right. The first one then is M2 SA1, which is Down Keys. This is shown to have a total capacity through the capacity study of 522, and it has a planning permission for 3,000. So this one of the ones that has a range.
Yes, it does. So the lower range is based on the 3,000 host condition, and then the higher range is based on the site.
And that 3,000 relates to the whole site.
Yes.
That's why that would be it. That usually was implemented.
Yes.
In that form. Yeah, okay, so that's why the range is there. Okay. And this assumes a contribution 5 years by 1,470. It's got full permission, has it?
It's got, I think,
Oh, no, it's
I'm in the applicant, but it's about 1,000 homes, I believe it has, that have detailed permission. And then the remainder are still an outline.
okay. And the trajectory of the permissions.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's expected to start next year, is it? Not starting now.
So there have been 106 homes completed on.
Oh, okay.
And then, yes, the plot's expected to commence next year.
Just to add to that,
Yeah, please.
we have next Tuesday, where we have a planning application for up to 7,100 homes on the site, which is recommended for approval purposes. So obviously that is subject to a committee decision, of course. So appreciate that. Maybe that I should look to wait, but ultimately, I think that housing trees will be significantly beyond that position.
Sorry, you have to speak up.
Oh, sorry. So I think we're very hopeful that the housing trajectory is very significantly beyond that, but something might be that.
When you say if it were 7,000,
yeah,
would that be completed by 2042 on your trajectory? Okay.
2042 is.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
Another proposed modification to the plan period to 2042.
Okay, that's helpful.
Yes.
So in response to the current question, we anticipated that there would be 4,000 homes completed by 2038, but I think that if you had the extra 4 years, then it would be good.
We've also had the discussion yesterday in general, and maybe I should mention this, about the plan doesn't include any capacity figures for these individual sites, which is unusual, and it didn't necessarily require what PPG expects in normal circumstances, which gives clarity on allocations about the scale, nature, development, etc. We had a discussion about that yesterday, and the council explained that the complexity of these sites and the forms of development sites take place, the size of some of them means, and the evidence and good now that's another example of you can do a capacity assessment, but then you may end up with a planning application that's consistently different or one way or another. So they thought it would be unhelpful. It wouldn't be helpful, it would actually be unhelpful to put figures into a plan that may then kind of have some status, even if they were heavily caveated about being indicative or whatever. So I heard that, we had a discussion about it yesterday. I think I'd raise it again. So if anyone has any thoughts about that, they can say. I think where I'm at the moment thinking is I think I understand the council's point of view on that. The more examples we get like this, whereby a figure based on capacity, whatever, and you keep telling me, well, actually, we've got planning permission for 7,000 or whatever, it kind of reinforces the point there. But if anyone's got any views about that. Okay. So thank you. So on the this one, viability is
It's 83.
83. Thank you. which benchmark land value would be most appropriate.
Clear land.
Clear, so that's BLV3. Again, this relates back to the document I said about E11A or E12, which is summarising what the consultant, BNP included, which basically has lots of red in it. It's the extent to which sites are shown. I'm not going to look at. I'm assuming that they're red. It's i.e. not viable unless you tell me otherwise. Can you tell me this is a green one?
This is a red.
It's a red. So tell me, flag up if it's a green one. They're not many, but if there are some, it'd be nice to see. But obviously, you'll have a view. Because we're here. Yes, that's the bit of work. Well, that bit of work, it made assumptions. And it was a typology-based approach, generalised assumptions. So you have a view about viability. But the question then as well, to what extent you need to know the policy requirements of the plan and 60% affordable housing, etc. Do you want to just comment on that? It's like, you can guess if you think it's viable.
Yes.
But is it viable subject to meeting all the policy requirements in the plan?
So the planning application for 7,000 homes proposes 30% affordable housing. 30. That has been viability tested and agreed with the council viability advisor, Keith Paragraphs, writing of it yesterday. So I suppose our view of that is that is therefore in actually conformity with the planning policies. The draft ones suggest that if you're not at 60% affordable, then you're viability tested. So in summary, both the 7,000 homes with 30%.
Okay. Right, thank you. In terms of the policy itself, there's a requirement for a bridge across the dock to Custom House. Council first, if you may wish to comment on this. The council say this is a priority project in the transport strategy. There are potential funding sources from TfL, capital programme, etc., and developer contributions. So your view it's a policy ask. You say that if viability was an issue, the priorities for contributions were determined in accordance with policy BFN 4.3. This may be a real example. Yeah, no, we don't get it.
Very real.
Okay. So the reason when you come to talk about BFN 4.3 prioritisation, more questions about it. What this is, but this would afford considerable weight to the bridge in the overall planning balance. But BFN 4.3 prioritises, and I think this is sequential, is it? Affordable housing, and then family housing, and local access to employment and training, and then delivery of required infrastructure. So you've got three things above infrastructure, and then infrastructure, this policy, includes a bridge, it also includes various other bits of infrastructure, social, etc.
Yeah.
So what way does BFN 4.3 prioritise this bridge?
So there's an amendment to the plan that I think was certainly discussed at this policy, where if it's a public body that comes forward within or there's been liaison with different stakeholders around the need for a piece of infrastructure, that can go to the top of the hierarchy, and that will obviously be discussed in that policy. But for instance, this has obviously been identified as a project.
Yeah, okay. So there's a BFN 4.3, I'm not ready to statement relating to that yet. Modification proposed to change it where, in a particular circumstance, infrastructure jumps up the list.
Yes.
Okay. No, that's helpful. So, okay. In terms of, I can see why it's a priority project, and so, good infrastructure. Anything you want to comment on?
I suppose you said it's a real world example.
Yeah.
So you're aware. So,
yeah.
There's a planning application for the bridge. It has a committee resolution to grant planning permission. We are very close to agreeing to 6 agreement, so planning permission granted. The overall sort of assumes the delivery of the bridge as being important infrastructure. And please remember, but there's absolutely commitments to that. And in relation to your question around delivery of that infrastructure, there are a number of funding sources, but ultimately it is a development cost that is part of the overall development, including some funding sources, some of which are from sexual assault.
So you agree with what the council saying that there would be a development contribution, and it would be a necessary part of the planning commission?
Yes, I think that's fair.
Okay, thank you. Right, it's good. Anything else that you wish to say on N2 SA1?
Yeah, I've got. I just want to say, with regards to 483, it's liable that on the cleared land, but not at 60%. So just wanted to kind of
On the 35% one?
Yeah, but it's liable at 35%. 60%.
Okay. Which isn't that far then from your 30% negotiation. So, particulars to Dr. Lee. Okay. Anything else that you want to say on this particular allocation?
Yeah, I mean, so we did make some points in our hearing statement, and we've included some track changes to the policy, sorry, to the allocation. I don't know if you want us to go through all of those, but some of them are quite practical things like the site area. We're asking that it's aligned to the site area of the current application, recording planning history. The existing uses we're proposing were updated to reflect the current uses on site. And then we've also got some proposed amendments to the development principles and the design principles, which I can go through if that's helpful.
Okay, just on the two factual ones, is that necessary for soundness? We've seen it's got comments. Sorry.
I think obviously when we were doing the site area, that was different. So I mean, on soundness, I don't think it's an issue, but if it had parity, we would take that away if there were any other applications.
Well, I mean, it's a big one, a lot of words in it. I don't want to be too much detail. So could I ask you if you wanted any key things in the really are essential soundness that you want to just draw out? And then I'll get the council response and I'll follow you on.
Yeah, so in the development principles section, the second paragraph says that the employment uses should be consistent with local plan policy J1 and prioritise industrial floor space in the form of workspace, cultural, creative, production, etc. We think that the where it says and prioritise industrial floor space and the remaining part of that paragraph should be deleted. We don't see that is based on evidence. We have seen the council statement that the inclusion of that wording is derived from the employment land review from July 2022. But we've reviewed that and we've seen that it says that on strategic sites they're not designated employment uses within the B class and or e.g. I to B classes should be encouraged. So we see that there doesn't need to be a particular focus on which employment uses should be prioritised on site. Notwithstanding that industrial uses are proposed as part of the application. The next point is on community. The next point is on the paragraph where it says that main town centre uses should be located towards North Woodridge Road within with the industrial floor space for cultural and creative making space towards Millennium Mills. We don't see why the allocation would direct industrial floor space towards Millennium Mills. That's not consistent with the HBO proposals, the current application proposals. They have an infrastructure water speed, the site with direct access to Connaught Road, and the Millennium Mills building is identified for flexible employment uses with supporting active uses, but generally it's a location that seems to be more appropriate for desk space work rather than industrial uses. Going through some. On the sorry, I'm just going to go back. Okay, so sorry, back to the development principles. I got lost in the order of pages there. Apologies.
Yeah, okay.
It says that development should address the need for community facilities in the area by delivering new community facilities in Hilltown local centre, unless it can be demonstrated that the needs of the community have already been met.
Yeah.
We're supportive of delivering community facilities on the site, and there's a commitment to a minimum amount of floor space within the draft heads of terms for the draft application that is going to committee next week. We don't see why they would need to be restricted to Silvertown local centre, and the proposals would enable them to be brought forward across the site. The next point is on sports and recreation facilities. The draft application says that those will be supported in the form of water-related and water-dependent activities. The proposals do include those sort of sports and recreation facilities in the illustrative master plan. They also include other forms of sport and recreation facilities that are not water-related and water-dependent. Play space for older children, for example, within open spaces on the site. So we don't see that the wording needs to restrict those uses.
It certainly restricts in that case, but doesn't it? It supports that as a particular form on that one.
Yeah. And the sentence that follows that says these uses may be supported by small-scale ancillary uses such as food and drink uses around water. If we don't see that those need to be restricted to small-scale ancillary uses, there is a proposal for some food and drink uses around the water.
Is that outside of the town centre?
It's outside of the proposed centre extension boundary, which is another point that we've.
If it is outside the town centre, main town centre use, that's probably why it says ancillary and small scale.
Yeah. So maybe it's something we come back to in the centre session in January, but we've queried the extent of the town centre boundary.
And it has shown on this indicative map.
Yeah.
Yeah. So because
it's quite limited in terms of its extent, and we've queried if it should be expanded to take in the wide part of the site that's identified for the local centre uses in the HPA, which is going to committee next week. I think that's what I said.
Okay.
In the infrastructure requirements section, it's just a specific point around a automated vacuum waste collection system. That's not part of the proposals and reading policy W38. This says that where those are proposed, there should be early engagement, and clearly, where we are with the HPA, there's not been that early engagement because of the state of the HPA at the point at which this came into the draft policy. So those aren't part of the proposal, so we would suggest that is deleted. And I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. That's okay. Right, do you want to just run through each of those?
Yeah. So on the employment point, I just want to say that in the employment area, the cultural and creative sector and also logistics land use is identified as emerging sector, both to London and to Newham. So our council approach is to provide additional employment floor space, especially industrial within site allocations, and primarily through intensification of the fields and views, of course. But in the employment land review, paragraph 4.125 also mentioned that some of the strategic sites have potential to provide additional industrial capacity to meet the needs. We think that if the industrial floor space requirement in the site is justified, and every site gone through site sifting, and we consider which site have the potential and constraints to put industrial floor space, and we consider Silver Lake is appropriate because the Millennium Mills location in specific is connected to the Excel, and this location is also identified in the Rodox OMPF that is going to be an important cluster. And then the Millennium Mills is also used as feed production, so we consider it a good location to provide creative and cultural sectors there to meet our industrial needs. And
so, can I just ask you a question on that? So, the employment space is the part of the proposal, as basically speaks on that reference to one. Is this site being for cultural and creative industries, or is that because the suitability of this location, etc.?
Yeah.
This is not just a general summary of J1.
No.
It's this site has been chosen for those particular uses.
Yeah, so J1 is like a general approach, whether approach on whether it still
this particular
is in the site.
It's because of this.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to the next one.
The water space.
Yeah, take them in the order of the paragraph. So the fourth is
Yeah. So the reason why the water uses community facility has been highlighted is because it references the built leisure needs assessment, which said that we should essentially enhance our water facilities. So this isn't a town centre location. It hasn't been identified as such. So it's really just reflecting that. However, there is flexibility within the plan. The SI2 does allow smaller community facilities to be located out of the town centre. So if the applicant wishes to bring forward community facilities in other parts of the site that weren't in the town centre, that is also the reflection of the water activation uses reflects the built leisure needs assessment. That's helpful.
Okay.
Yeah. I can get the paragraph in the brief.
That's okay. So we can paragraph group as what was that one you just said?
Yeah, I don't know. So, sorry, sir. Also stating other sporting uses can come forward as well. You just need to justify that need. It's not prohibitive. It's just highlighted because it's a town centrification. We actually get really important that these uses come forward. So it's actually a bit more permissive.
Less the support for the water.
Yeah, exactly.
In terms of the small scale ancillary food and drink,
that's reflecting it's not a town centrification. Exactly, the point.
And it being so this and the proposed local centre, roughly in the location of it. What's being proposed? You stick with what you've got. You don't think it needs to be larger. You don't think it needs to be on a larger scale. Yeah.
If you will allow me, I'll set a little bit of background to the approach that ended up with this boundary center extension. So, as you know, we tried to do the analysis study, and the conclusion in it is that in terms of retail needs, there is limited growth across the borough.
Yeah.
A lot of this growth is tied, obviously, to additional homes being built and therefore more in these areas. Overall, there's about 25,000 retail need, including convenience and comparison. Then the retail and leisure study also undertook the beginnings of a gap analysis in terms of access to services and retail in the borough. So after this exercise, we needed to think strategically about an overall supply of spend, let's call it, a pot of money that can support growth in retail, leisure uses, town center uses, and locations where we need to allow this to happen. And this is how we distributed growth across the borough and how
in terms of extensions,
specific
town centres or new local centres.
Exactly.
Yes.
So we had already, through the existing local plan, expected a local centre to be developed in Silvertown. The Royal Wharf side is already built out. It does still contain some vacancies in there, but we have to designate it as part of the process of the local plan. And the Silvertown site allocation provides an extension to this because it is going to be a relatively large neighborhood. However, given the difficulty in terms of addressing the overall pot of available spend in the borough, we have to be careful at the strategic level in how big we address the boundary, and that then means that we address it closest to where the existing centre is so that it can create a link across the road and across the DLR station to create a placemaking context for it to function as one local centre rather than two separate ones. Yeah. We understand the bridge is coming up and there are other placemaking criteria in there, but as you've heard from colleagues across today, there's a variety of uses that can activate ground floor on the site, and it doesn't have to be just the uses that are useful. And that's reflected in the way
the point about the planning commission may show something a bit different to this. Does that change, or does that?
It may change. What we are looking at is maximums of floor space that have been approved or agreed, rather. There is still a question mark in terms of the overall leisure provision because the retail and leisure impact assessment that was undertaken was also then scrutinized by our retail and leisure urban shape consultant that undertook the retail and leisure study. And in that report conclusions, there are still question marks in terms of market absorption, as well as if it would come at the full scale proposed, the impact on delivering the additional local leisure, local centres and Vector Riverside itself as well, because cumulatively it adds up to quite a lot of delivery over that period.
So the fact that the planning commission may show something a bit different, you're not going to be this policy. I mean, the planning commission, there could be another planning commission, whatever. So, I'm not dealing with planning applications here, getting into a level of detail, but you're sticking to the point that there's nothing in these policy requirements or that diagram that you think needs to change because of what's happened subsequent to the planning commission.
I think so. We'll come on to the policies of HS1 directly. What it says on extensions to town centres and future town centres is that the boundary is an indication of the scale expected by the council, but that through master planning we can reach a different conclusion. The problem here is that we have maximums rather than know for sure what's going to come forward and what's going to be deliverable. So until we see the reserved matter applications have more clarity, I don't think we can actually amend the boundary.
But there's flexibility.
There is flexibility built into the policy, reflecting that at the point in time we did the retail and leisure study, there was a capacity assumption based on the DLA growth scenario, whereas actually what's coming forward will provide some additional spend capacity.
And there's reference to small scale and similar food.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, the other one was about the
waste.
The one before that. There was the paragraph about the location of industrial workspace for cultural creators towards Millennium Mills. The location also. Yep.
So we have just mentioned that the Millennium Mills is our judgment to think that this location is important for cultural production because it is currently used sometimes as food production, and then it's right near the bridgehead to connect to the Excel London. So it's this site can be like employment cluster to provide that kind of floor space. And then we asked that they want some desk space in this area. I think it's not possible. And in the employment review, we identified that the industrial need in the borough is strong, and then office space is quite sufficient in the borough. So because we now have a high pipeline supply in the Royal Docks and also the Stratford area for office space. So it is our approach to direct the office space to the town centre, and the Millennium Mills is not the direction, is not the town within the town centre boundary. So in policy J1, we provide flexibility for applicants to submit economic strategy to justify that if they deviate from the priority use of employment for space within the allocation, my justification might be needed in this location and also that quantity. So they have the flexibility to provide evidence and justify their proposal, while it's our aspiration in the plan to direct the office use to town centre, while we think that this is good location to additional industrial.
Waste.
Yes, so it's sort of similar to what we set out yesterday in regards to effective Riverside. The justification is more fully set out within paper 6.
The point of this one was, Dr. Harrington, it being something that works out in the early stage and moved on, but is that?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think in terms of, I'm not familiar with the details of the reserve matters on this site, but I think it's important that as reserve matters commissions are put forward on this site, that it's part of the consideration, given the logistical challenges that schemes of this scale can face in terms of the amount of space we have on site.
So that we don't have the same discussion every time. Is this requirement, this particular waste, it's a general requirement that applies to all applications, all sites over a certain size. I think they say there's a minimum size threshold for it.
Yes, there is a multiple sites over a certain size, but that was when we dropped the requirement. Some sites already had permission of work and events.
Yeah.
So those sites were like,
if it's only 400 and it's, still got the opportunity.
We have a view of about over 1,000 units is where we need to apply this.
Okay. Thank you.
Just a couple of
please.
Okay, responses. Firstly, just on Millennium Mills. I'm familiar with the site of Millennium Mills. So Millennium Mills is a large old file, but it's one of the only being retained. It's a really important heritage asset, which we agree. It's actually the planning push that we already have, which is the Millennium Mills proposal to form part of the detailed part of that first reserve matters, so that's approval already. And in the planning application that we've got, we're replicating that previous approval with uses focusing on office research and development and some ancillary kind of active ground floor functions. So I think we feel that, and that has the new application has recommendations for approval. The policy team have rightfully and helpfully commented on that application, which, as I understand, includes support for the uses within the Millennium Mills building. So yeah, we've had a useful junction to try and have that kind of clarity around Millennium Mills and have a policy that talks about alternative uses, given the importance of that building. And then just to touch on a few points on town centre matter, if that's okay. And we have made a separate hearing regarding HS1. Appreciate that has to be discussed in February, so we have that conversation. Just a couple of points around the background to that, with your consideration to the site allocation and to our request for the local centre boundary to be reconsidered. So under HS1, which I'm not going to go into detail on, but it does identify the kind of the function of the town local centre kind of serves two different functions, and it's one of the few local centres that does that. So it talks about kind of retail, leisure service, and community. That's kind of one of the functions, and then also supporting an incidental visitor economy. And it's that second part where we feel kind of food and beverage, both which form part of our hybrid planning application, directly serve that function. So I suppose our point being that if the kind of the atypical nature of civil town locals is having those two functions compared to the vast majority of others which only have one, means that the local centre boundary we feel to kind of geographically reflect the extent of those two functions, which is, yes, there is the kind of the first function, retail leisure services around North Woolwich Road and extending up to Millennium Bays. Then also the second part of that function is the economy, which is primarily food and beverage, which is around the water. So that's the background to our request. And then underpinning that is the important point around the quite big jump in housing capacity, so 7,000 homes compared to the previous baseline of 3,000 and the capacity work. Because that brings with it a population around about 14,000 people, as well as we think about sort of maybe 6,000 deployed people working on the site. So the retail work's been done as underpinned hybrid planning application, takes into account that population, and that in itself results in a kind of maybe a slightly greater local need, we think, compared to perhaps some of the councils' efforts. So we're happy to discuss this in more detail when we get to the HS1, but we felt it was relevant to our site application.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, thank you, and I understand, and it's tricky this because obviously you've got detailed policy requirements, and the question for me is, do they represent an appropriate strategy, and are they just effective? Notwithstanding the fact that things move on, and because of the nature of the sites, and not just the scale, but the implications of that, as you say. So it's, we could go on forever changing the detailed words in this plan to reflect things that have sort of happened recently or since it was drawn up. I think I've got to really focus on whether what's in here, and obviously when the planning application comes in now, whether it's now or it's in 2 years' time or in 10 years' time, if this plan's still there, there's a process that goes on through development management. It takes this as a starting point and this, that, and the other. So the reason I'm saying that is we've spent quite a long time on the detail list, and quite understandably, I understand. But I think there's a more general point. I'm going to have to step back and think, well, it's an impossible task to tweak the detailed words in all these allocation policies to reflect particular things. But there are a number of things there that you mentioned. So thank you, and I will bear those in mind. But I think I've just want to put that out there now because we're going to go through all these allocations over the rest of today and next week. So there's a danger that you get sucked into a level of detail that actually it's not really going to be helpful in terms of the sounds of the plan. But from your point of view, I fully understand. It's the significant issues there. But I think if I just summarise then from the first point of view, you've thought about those things, and you've obviously you've thought about the planning application, and you give the requirements in here, and you're saying to me, you still stand by these because the appropriate, framework for this site.
Yes.
Okay. So I think we'll move on there, unless there's anything finally you want to say in response to that context that I've just put there.
I mean, I suppose we can continue discussion on HS1.
Yeah, because I think that allows a more strategic overview, because I think the council's point is, I mean, any individual site, you may be able to argue something a bit different, but I think there's a strategic view about the approach, so we can maybe need to come back to and think about it. And then in the context of that, maybe you can come back to this example again. Okay. Thank you. So thank you for that. We've dealt with the trajectory and the viability on this one. Yeah. Anything else then finally on M2 SA1? No? Okay. Right. M2 SA2 is of interest, I know, to two of you. So this is Park West. This is the site that Taken Rail joining, and I've got an interest in and potential notification, which we'll go on to in due course. So just going back to, let's start with the pro forma, which he provided. It's a capacity-led, capacity study-led figure for the slide 8-10. Yeah. There are planning applications in commission at the moment, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so things are progressing. It's shown to start in year 2 following adoption. So it contributes to, 648 is the 5 years to apply. So we'll put that. In terms of viability, what have we got this one?
In terms of viability, it would be VLB 2,
Yeah.
which is the industrial.
Secondary industrial.
Secondary industrial,
Yeah.
renewable 56.
Yeah.
And just double checking the viability, which is viable till 30%. Affordable housing, kind of like at the margin for viability, 30%.
30%. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Right. So this is again. Oh well, L&Q not here, are they? They made some points. So they've got an interest in the site, and so have Ballymore. Yeah. L&Q is the northern part of the site. They've got planning permission for that part of the site.
Yeah.
So there's two separate roads. Yeah. And are those going to go forward separately?
L&Q, yeah.
So they've got some issues about the interactive map, indicative map reflecting the planning permission. I think we're covering the same thing again. So unless there's anything specifically you think, I think it's the same issue really. I don't want to keep going over trying to chase a planning permission and tweaking maps and detail wording necessarily. That's actually essential. And then there's heights. I think there's a general point about, they say one of the reasons referred to is for the maximum height, as it is in plan. But is the effect on the adjoining strategic industrial location. I don't know whether it is or you might tell it. But they say that should be a consideration because there's not any evidence or policy. The plan doesn't indicate that it's still being affected by tall buildings in response to that.
We acknowledge that the London Transport location of industrial and residential. It's just that when Brigade meeting we had some representation from the live, which they're not included, regarding the impact that they can have on residential. And one of their proposals with the line was to have the buffer buildings on the energy side and on the value side. But when, like on the value side, it's more feasible to have a buffer building because it's a bigger site. We thought that L&Q would be very compromised by adding another extra building and then for space will make the development area very small. So the compromise for us was to reduce slightly the height to try to compensate.
Okay, so it's to summarise that it's the lack of the ability to have something buffering.
You have a strip of like green buffer, but we don't know how sufficient could be.
Which brings me on to another question. So, do you want to outline what the proposal was? Because the issue raised by Tate Lau seemed to be that the buffer zone should be shown on the map. Is that something? Is that what you're saying? It's not practical. Is that what you're proposing?
No, not on the map.
No.
We're proposing within the neighbourhood policy to include a part around appropriate mitigation and buffering between residential and industrial uses. Because it's not just a site.
They say that the requirements refer to be static residential buildings. That's one of the requirements,
Yes, that's that reflection of that lower height of the.
It's because you couldn't physically have And what would
they would like to? So they're asking is to have a buffer building that is as tall as the residential building, but we don't find this really appropriate because it will not very clear for design plans. So we need that design measure will be more appropriate to mitigate these, and then that also like not having many homes on that side will be a solution as well. So we reduce height from 50 on that side to 40.
So
Yeah.
So you're satisfied that the combination of the requirements together will allow that mitigation to be provided for the in relation to
design measures and
okay, thank you.
less
Okay, so Harry, you're interested in part of the northern part of the site as well, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
So, the small parts of the site in the northeastern corner.
Yeah.
Right, right.
Because that's next to LFP.
Next to the approved.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, we've got serious concerns around the restrictions on height on this site. So just by way of context, existing local site allocation for this site refers to heights of 10 to 12 stories up to 18 stories in key locations. And the approved and implemented LNQ permission, which formed a major part of the northern part of this site allocation, has a permission there for up to 20 stories. So I think just that you're aware of the context around the site, which is very important. So, talking about the LNQ scheme that has been implemented up to 20 stories. The opposite side of the road, Knight Road, is a recently developed scheme that has 12 stories. Further to the east, you have Deanston Wharf, which is a relatively scheme that has 10 to 17 stories. And as one goes along Woodbridge Road, numerous examples of 12-story plus buildings as one goes away from the last station. So the emerging context of this area is one of significant height, certainly not capped at proposing 10 stories. I think it's very important to see what the evidence base talks about when looking at the character of this area. So, referring to the free building characterisation study, which is 060, page 181, talks about the Dots opportunity area. It has several strategic sites that can significantly uplift density. For most of those developments in the pipeline under construction, built areas have relatively high density, so that's talking about significantly uplifting density in the surrounding area. Page 183 also refers to the transform area and the ability of the sites to contribute to a significant uplift in density again. So the narrative there of expectation of this site significant uplift in the surrounding context. And then the tall buildings assessment, EB 023 for your reference, provides assessment of this area. And page 49 earmarks low sensitivity to change in the area. And it states the character of this area is not likely to be impacted by changes. Therefore, these are identified in the characterisation study, considered in principle suitable tall building developments. So, relevant parts of the evidence space, from our understanding, is it very much talks about tall buildings in this area. And I think where we're fairly down to move restricted building heights compared to the existing position. And obviously, since that previous local plan, we have a new framework published last year, which carries forward a lot of the same wording in terms of boosting economic growth and new homes, particularly paragraph 130 that states where there's an anticipated shortage of meeting identified housing needs. It's especially important for policies to avoid homes being built at low densities and ensure developments make optimal use of potential food sites. And you'll be aware in bullet point A that requires this to be tested for robust examination, which is what we're doing. But also that these standards should see a significant uplift in the average density of residential development within the areas. So hopefully it's clear from our representation there that the average density and height in that area is one of height already, and this suggested wording on height takes that downwards rather than upwards. This is a site in the opportunity area right next to the LR station, and therefore it's extremely important to do all it can boost new homes. And it's an issue that came up in the last examination when the site was looked at, and you can see from our representations just some of the wording.
Yeah.
Previous inspector, and I won't repeat that, but you have that. that obviously was changed to increase the height of the centre house. So that's our concern, and we think it needs to be amended to pass the standards site allocation.
You've neatly summarised much of the discussion we had yesterday under the tall building zones. No, but I mean that's fine. All you've said, you know, I understand and I've got it, and you know, it's like it's another example of most of the issues you raised there are ones that we raised yesterday in the interval. And this particular site you provide, you know, the emerging context, as you say, doing something. So, thank you, understood. Anything else on? So yeah,
I think just the one sort of lesser point that is referenced in the site allocation for the sites were designed and developed comprehensively, which not wanting to undermine. These sites do come from full comprehensively. When you have different landowners, schemes at different stages, for example, the energy use has been looked at that with set of parameters for that site allocation. So we've suggested wording that now sites like ours, which is a small site, can come forward on its own because you've got a fixed parameter in the energy scheme. To it.
But now that L&Q has come forward, isn't it inevitable yours would have to come forward separately?
Well, one would think so. Conversations with officers.
Right. So what might be the alternative that they would expect?
I mean, they're talking about sort of a comprehensive master plan for the area, which we've already got, as I say, an approved implemented scheme. So, a bit of odds with officers on how that could come forward.
Okay, thank you. Right, Ballymore, the southern part of the site, yep.
Yes, it's a little bit more complicated.
Okay, sorry.
It runs north to south, but it's predominantly the northern part of the south part of the site. That's one of all the it's also just to Spice's holdings, council owns land with the allocation as well. But I think the dominant land holding, particularly that part of the site, is valuable. There is for your information, so a current planning application in consideration that targets 1,666 new homes. I do have a sense of what that delivery could look like. Time frames obviously subject to the planning, that's helpful.
Well, does it? Yes, I mean, how does it relate to what's shown on that ED6?
So obviously it's much larger components, but at that point we are anticipating up to 2031. 650 odd homes delivered. If you go all the way up to the end, I mean, at the moment we are up to 2034, it's 550 homes, and completions after 2035 about 470 odd. So the anticipation being by 2042 the numbers need to be complete, but up to sort of 35 years, it's 600.
It again illustrates the difficulties of my task of judging whether there's a plan identifies a 5-year supply. I think the key is following the document, doesn't it? Because, you know, the assumption based on the information that the council has in its trajectory for your commission is different.
It's very good.
I suppose. But I suppose there's a point is that you would say an assumption that 600 would be built on the whole site by 2031 is, you would say, is cautious. It's only it'll be compliant. Okay, thank you. Yeah, carry on.
I would just like to express obviously because we have a planning application, very noise environment about that particular site and the relationship with the there is, in our view, no evidence. I'm not aware of taking on having forward any evidence which suggests that a building of, say, 18 stories is any materially different in the noise context of 14 or 13 stories. The principal point in services is valuation and change. That's really what this is about. And the height itself doesn't have necessarily materially significant difference in that particular equation if we're not designing an industrial buffer to 18 stories. doing that stuff. So what we were suggesting is, I was strongly that we do think it should be at least 18 stories and 10 stories making sense. But in fact, if the concern is agents to change, then we would recommend going back to those sites but references meeting sort of agents to change. Because that is the difference. We have to do that anyway. And it would be entirely appropriate to do that.
What would that mean in practice?
Well, for instance, we can also ask you something basically it's how you design residential buildings.
Yeah.
So using potentially corridors and screening on the back of the sites. The other one is winter gardens. We use winter gardens on some of the schemes, particularly in the way that environments. I should say it's not just Hayes and Larkin, there is two on the southern side of the river, which also have quite a noise impact. And throughout Deanston North, which is Ballymon's River's Gate now, and Royal Walk, which is next door to that, all of those have had major change issues. All of them designed triple glazing, winter gardens, etc., to accommodate that without the need for specific buffering. So we say Ballymore is well versed in how you actually achieve this. And the other thing, just to I think add to this conversation, is that the industrial buffer, we understand that it's been in policy for a while. That industrial buffer is not its own right viable. We deliver that in a single entity without any development around it. It does not work. It's not viable. It is a drag on the scheme in terms of the viability. So height is important in that respect. Height is important to ensure we get the ability to fund those mitigation measures. So all the measures I've just mentioned cost more money, they're more expensive facade treatments, more expensive raising options. So it is really important that we have that flexibility to be able to deliver things which meet the agent change principles, but at the same time we are able to do it in a way that is deliverable. And if you do go to the Parabar red schedule,
It's not quite all red. One.
We would say that probably doesn't estimate some of those challenging issues that we have to deal with viability terms. So at the moment, the current application is certainly 20% of the housing. You can't meet the requirements. This under for industrial side would be 50% as a target for the short approach. So we don't meet those targets, we don't meet those aspirations. We would say that the cost of delivering on this site has its challenges, and therefore things such as height is a really important. It gives us that flexibility to achieve something. Well, these the other these design options which you're looking at trying to achieve open space and all the rest of the things that we expect on a scheme like this. So we would request that height be reconsidered, so we would say it's a minimum looking at what the old local plan had adopted. And that does help us, and we wouldn't object to some reference to agent change being as part of that.
Okay.
I have some other points.
Yeah, no, okay.
I'm aware that you don't want me to go too much into detail. You've seen the representations we've made on other matters.
Yeah.
I mean, we do talk briefly about some of the points of detail. We aspire to some of the commercial uses around the scheme. Recently, the riverside particularly is a very attractive environment. It's part of a long, elongated river walk. So, whilst we accept that there was a benefit for focusing town centre uses up at the northern end around the Newham local centre, the opportunity for sporadic pubs, cafes, etc. is of the other place-saving opportunities we should call out. I don't think that's what policy necessarily says, but it's just for clarity in this case. We have said in terms of industrial, we accept that the statute is definitely a key option for industrial run buildings here. We wouldn't rule out necessarily options of co-location, which I think you remember, of course, that one plan was all the rage when we looked at that previously, which is basically you've got industrial area, residential sitting behind it, all the same thing. Again, subject to agent of change principles. And I think in the infrastructure point, I would just echo point about these sites are likely to come forward individually, but I do think it's right that they will respect each other and understand the potential, but they are likely to come forward independently because parts of the sites don't have a position to be developed for display issues. I think just a couple of final points actually on this one. There is requirements on open space, and we just want to ensure that there is sufficient flexibility that open space can be delivered within the scheme. One suggestion within the infrastructure requirements is that possibly extensions to our park. Our park's actually a very important local facility. It's well established. It's sat amongst a whole load of industrial areas for a long time, but it's fully the same important in that section. We say that we don't necessarily need to extend it. We could, for us, decrease the spaces, particularly along the real estate area, just provide an alternative to that. So it was just not to lock it into that as a full option, but to look at how best the master plan extension to deliver that space correctly around the site, and how that would then be part of the network. It was a long network that was going down there, all the way down to Barrier Park, in spaces. And I think finally, this is probably my plea comment. There is a reference to improving sports use in the park. I don't think as a principle we have any objections to that, provided it is related comments to the scheme. We've had a devil of a time trying to get council to engage with us, and that's what the policy officers in the park scheme, to try to understand what that really means. So just to highlight a conundrum that we've got there. So I sort of encourage us to do something, but we're trying to do it. Struggled a little bit to get that back from the council. So just the expression of policy objectives, but the ability of the council to engage with those decisions. But I think so. Our main point here, really, fundamentally, is the heights and just some flexibility of how those pointed around the sites alongside green space.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, just going on to the comprehensive development bit that you both referred to. Which paragraph?
I think it's more of a suggestion.
Is it, where is it referred to in the policy? I'm not.
Well, the FNG is the policy.
Okay, so it's not anything specific in this site policy.
It is referred to under design principles. Design development.
Of course, the first one, yes. Design and develop comprehensively in accordance with the policy. Yeah. Does every site say that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's begin with the BFM2. Right. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, just one point. Again, I've got your point about the policy maps and most maps. It's clear when you looked at the size of the slightly different solution. Some of the principles there are most of this, some others, particularly the location size open space, maybe doesn't reflect what we think the best person understand tackling that. So that's just something that we would highlight again and re-emphasize.
The green spaces in particular.
Yeah, the green spaces in particular have one a lot where we anticipate some of them are, but certainly the one that sits centrally in the sites is one of the areas that we looked at as green space.
In terms of, well, I'll go back to the council's various things. Just picking up the thing about green space, there's very specific requirements in the policy about sports multi-use games area in the Lyle Park, and fairly restrictive. I'm sure they reflect some analysis and evidence, but that's a point in time. And is it necessary and is it justified to have such a level of restriction?
It is necessary and justified because it reflects the built leisure needs assessment work that we did in terms of the access to MUGAs and especially the municipal, if not now on site allocations, then when, and it's making sure that they're in the appropriate locations. So we did do spatial mapping to implement that with regards to accessible neighbourhoods. There is existing facilities on the site, it's just a case of upgrading it to be sport lit. I take the point with regards to having the conversations with parks, and we can take that away. The Green and Water Infrastructure Strategy has informed the asks and the need that is required to Lower Park West. That would be our preference. However, there is flexibility within the Green and Water Space Policy, but it is design-led process. So I think we had that discussion yesterday, but albeit I wasn't here, that the green spaces on the map are indicative. The requirements for the amount of space isn't indicative, that is evidence-based. However, how that comes forward would be part of the development management process and discussions with regards to where that should best sit within the site.
This is, it should be through an extension to the northern section of the park.
Yeah, that would be our desire, because it's that one opportunity to do that extension to the park. It's a very narrow corridor. It gives us the opportunity to make sense of that northern part of the park site. However, there is still sufficient flexibility, we would say, within the plan to stay the design-led approach from the applicants. If that's not the best design solution for the open space, we would take that.
Okay. Okay. Right. Can you? I mean, the other issues raised, obviously, there's the went through. So, we they summarised a lot of what we talked about yesterday, so I don't want to go back over all of that. Some of it is site specific, but I think it would give me the same response, i.e., we talked about emerging context, we talked about the strategic view. As I just explained to people, there was a lot of discussion about that. I will be doing an action point about the policy on maximum building heights, maximum heights and the prevailing heights. So there will be some change in relation to that I'll be asking the council to provide. So whether that deals with the particular site-specific issues that everyone has, that may not be the case. But I'll just say that, just so that people are aware. Other points that we went through, is there any of the key ones you want to respond to?
No, just, I know that we had a lot of discussion yesterday about two main things, but I just want to remember that, as you say, we have that landscape approach and establish a hierarchy, right? So it's not that we are not recognizing that is an opportunity for them or have a new neighborhood, and actually we have designated the site as a topic. It's not that we have not. We recognize that it's an opportunity area. The only reason why it has a different height from the adjacent site is just the sensitivity with the proximity to the site. So we can, if you think that it's sound, you can take it away and bring the height of the site aligning the rest of the site to the dock.
You've heard various points about the industrial buffer and the approach that Bono was saying. Is there, the agent change principle will apply, and there are policies about how you mitigate in terms of to deal with and that would apply. So, and this policy allows different ways of doing it, but it does show on the map the industrial buffering is a specific requirement, isn't it, on that particular boundary?
Yes. Because we consider industrial buffer building as necessary, but the most appropriate approach in this location, because Newham factory is quite heavy factory use, and it is recommended in characterizing that co-location is not appropriate that to buffer off the amenity impact from more heavily operated industrial use. So in this location, especially along the Valley Mall site, is quite close to the main structure of the building. So we consider that buffer building for industrial is the most appropriate approach. And we will see that it is considered as the most appropriate approach, but we also provide capability that it can meet like other agent of change principle according to policy D6. We can make use of other design approach during the master planning stage to address that issue. So we think, it's our aspiration that to provide a buffer building here to offer off the amenity impact as well as to provide additional capacity for our industrial need. And there are flexibility in policy to favor other format as long as it's made with the agent of change.
Right, any other final points you want to make about this allocation? No, any final?
Just while I think council's intention is that it is a different, it's quite a challenging environment for that kind of thing.
Yeah.
One that we do options. We don't want to be tied to a particular solution, but there might be other ones which are better design outcomes, which still reflect these those aspirations. So if that is the intent, we certainly won't. That's something we didn't find the policy wording a little bit more prescriptive than that. Certainly that's it. And also we can certainly welcome opportunities for quite to go back. And I think so. Just to help you, there are cases that we think that there isn't evidence to suggest that lowering it or changing this approach exists. I don't think it's an evidence-based approach is why that went down. I can understand why council's done its discussions with Tony Starr, but I think again, we just liability sites are important because they have to deliver, and therefore that flexibility actually is quite key in terms of that. And that's because the higher affordable housing threshold on the side, the industrial bufferland side, the family sites are quite heavily contaminated. So all of those things sort of weigh into the importance of ensuring deliverable sufficient flexibility to help us deliver the scheme.
Yeah, okay. Right, it is 11 o'clock, so I think we'll have a break now for 20 minutes, and then we'll move on to the other 3 allocations in neighbourhoods. 2, so I said, the other 2 allocations in neighbourhoods. 2. So SA3, SA4, and SA5.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So can we resume at 11:20?
Oh, thank you.
Okay, it is 11:20, so we shall resume. We're on to neighbourhood 2 policy, site allocation SA3. Unless there's anything people on reflection want to go back to on anything we've dealt with already, good. So on SA3, let's just deal with the pro forma and the viability if we could. So pro forma says there's a capacity design-led testing with planning permissions as well. It's a combination.
Yes. So
1384 for the plan period, and 721 in the 5-year supply. Part of the site's got full permission.
yes, it does. So there is a strip to the west of the site that has permission, I think, for 161 units, and then the remaining part of the site, which is kind of the large area of developable land, is currently given permission, but it hasn't yet been determined.
So yeah, that's the outline application. It's it.
Yes, so it's in, but it's not been.
So the trajectory, the completions that are to take place this year or next year or so.
Yes,
it's part of the site. That's the one that's got permission for 161.
Yeah, so we've based it on the data that was in the application form for the outline consent that's currently in, albeit we've moved it on by a few years to represent the fact that it's not yet got planning permission.
But notwithstanding that hasn't even got outline yet, you've got it down to start in year 2.
Yes.
Yeah, do you want to deal with that? Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually a hybrid application, so
okay.
Detail not outline.
Okay.
So yes, so about half the homes on the site will be detailed or RFPs already. So just in terms of what we have in the schedule at the moment, we're hoping to get planning permission at the end, starts next year, early next year. We've got 774 homes precise, but 774 homes up to 2032. With the remainder, the application, the totality is 1,685 homes, plus co-living. So in its totality, that would all be delivered, we think, by 2042 target, but in the up to 32 with 774.
Okay, right. So let's just think about this start date then. To complete 774 by 2032, you'd be envisaging starting in this 28, 29?
Yes,
3 years time.
Yes, there's quite a bit of upfront works required on the selection side, but yes, the idea would be starting on site. If we have planning permission, because as I said to you, the first phase is in detail, and those 700 homes plus our part of the detail element. Subject to getting planning permission next year, there is a possibility of starting at relatively early in 27. In the most optimistic 28. So I think there is a reasonable prospect of all those homes that we refer to the 700 homes being delivered within that 5-year period.
Okay, so you're basically confirming from your point of view that the council's assumption there is realistic. So yeah, okay. So the 700 would have detailed permission soon if it gets approved. Yeah.
It's a long old road, this application, and this is one of these schemes that you want by saying it's there. Requirement when the whole scheme had to be totally redesigned midway through. So that's been one of the factors that's influenced this. But we'll be able to speak to policy. I mean, obviously, again, we would say we were unable to speak on the policy requirements under viability testing position, but at the moment the scheme is proposed proposing, well, we're having negotiations with BNP Paribas on affordable housing, but it's unlikely that it certainly won't be above 20%. If anything, it's closer to 10% at the moment in terms of affordable housing. And as I said to you before, this site's not dissimilar to the Knights Road, we call Knights Road site, but the Lower Park site.
Yeah.
But it has the industrial buffer. Again, this is a more substantive buffer, longer and higher and stacked. And that again is quite a drag in terms of the environment inside.
Okay, well, we'll come on to some of the requirements that you've referred to and the flexibility, etc. On site specifics. And just to go back to the what the viability evidence, that's BLV.
That's BLV 2,
Yeah.
number 41, and it's viable at 35%.
35.
Yeah.
But on that, so there's a bit of a discrepancy there in terms of where you're negotiating on, and yeah. I mean, that may be site-specific abnormals or whatever that we've talked about and aren't reflected in the analysis.
And just to, I won't go into the details of it fundamentally. The irony, of course, is we're negotiating with BNP Paribas and providing evidence to this.
Yes, of course.
So they're very well versed in position on this side. So a couple of things that are just worthy of your attention. I think that we don't agree with BLV. I don't think it's factored in the industrial, or the challenge of the industrial buffer building this way. And as you say, it's not on site. But again, this is a site which it's an industrial site, so therefore it would be under the 50% threshold. So
yes.
In terms of that policy requirement, in terms of 60% policy requirement, this site really could not achieve that. Not even close, we would say.
So it would be the 50% under the London Plan policy?
Yes, so
rather than the 35%.
It's sort of non-designated industrial.
Yeah, so it falls into that.
Yes, so it gets caught under that, so it would be viability tested, and therefore, we can't meet, we can't get close, we can say, the current day values and present position. And obviously, again, I've just said, I know we had a conversation about PCIS, and it's entirely appropriate that that's where BNP are looking for their area-wide evidence base, but that again doesn't factor in some of the challenges sites like this, which have upgrading cost issues because of relationships to Tate & Lyle, different Tate & Lyle site, but a Tate & Lyle site in this case, and the mitigation that comes with that. And one of the points we put to BNP Paribas last time was about residential value. If residential value is as high as they say, then to achieve that, there is also this premium in terms of how you need to get the costs up to make sure you provide that sort of product. So that has all gone into that more detailed analysis of the site and the application, which is where we are. It's been a little bit fluid, so we're about 10%, albeit 10% all social rented accommodation at the moment.
Okay, so thank you. So that deals with the trajectory, the viability, etc., and the planning conditions. So I've got that. Okay, so in terms of the policy requirements, again, there's a number of details, probably more that you picked up on. So in the context of what I said earlier about, finding it difficult to tweak every site policy to reflect, ongoing discussions about planning applications, etc. Do you want to pick out any key things? I mean, obviously, I'll get the point about the tall buildings.
Yes.
But if there's anything, sorry, I'll hand over to you. You just go through.
I was going to say, tall buildings, again, it's just the points. I mean, it's not so acute necessarily as one of the sites we come on to, but in this case, we've got capped at 16 stories, 7 to 10, remaining heights, we would say 8 to 12 and 18. There's no townscape reason, or indeed we would say character reason why that's not appropriate, because there are buildings of that height already adjacent to the site. And as I said to you, not to reiterate the comments on the part, the same applies, but in terms of these sites, to get to a deliverable scheme, that flexibility is important. So that's probably why we were focused more on the prescriptive nature of the policy discussions yesterday around tall buildings, because that does create challenges.
Yeah.
So I would say in terms of site specific, that would be quite a key one for us.
Yeah.
Just a few other points that I would raise. There is a requirement in the development principles that we retain existing businesses.
Yeah.
Not against that per se, but a lot of the existing businesses are construction related. They have large yard spaces, and they're all there temporarily because they've been on short leases anyway. And we couldn't retain them within the stacked industrial buffer building that we proposed. So it's not to say that we're wanting to to just cast them out, but those are, because this has been a long-term development site, they are technically controlled uses, they are all construction businesses, including Ballymore, who actually have construction compound on the site. So the nature of the replacement employment floor space is that it's storage, it's light industrial, but it's not in line with the line exactly what's there. There are a few businesses we are talking to about retaining on site, but as a whole, you could replace all the existing businesses on there. And indeed, most of those businesses leave anyway for their own fruition and probably move slightly further out to the next sort of development parcels, which they're probably going to be involved with. So that is, it's just, again, it's a little bit too descriptive in our view. Point of clarification, the policy references Collins Yard, Jighand waste site. That has gone now. They have relocated to an alternative site. They've been gone now almost 10 months. They left the site, so that's just a point of information. Really.
But that wouldn't be contrary to the policy if they relocated.
It's really just for everyone's basis. Just to be aware that is a policy referencing a business and a particular facility that's gone. Just bear with me. I think the only other point we had on this one related to just to make, we are proposing it as largely residential development. It is private uses, open space, town centre uses. We support particularly the council's idea that there is this opportunity for a local centre on site. That's something I think we really do welcome. Just one of the points that we've also looked at beside that was the opportunity for co-living on the site, which we think meets that policy requirement. If you look at the co-living policy, I do reference slide, it does reference local centres. So increasingly, the diversity of residential products and residential options is becoming quite important. The ability to have a range, because the market industry is the way it is, that flexibility again is really important. So we obviously welcome the opportunity for policy to support that. It is part of the current proposals, and it is an important adjunct to everything else we are looking at on that site, and it's mixed balance communities, etc., etc. So again, I think that for us would be just a helpful add in addition to the development principles. I think finally, again, and you guys picked up, we are proposing a school on the site, and that's an important thing. Subject, say to the council, just continuously confirming to us that a primary school is necessary on the site. We know that it is today, but we also know that primary school numbers are dropping as well. So it's just to be nimble on that as development moves forward. So I think those are our primary things. I think the principal point for us is really again about HISA and just the importance of flexibility because of the challenge. I do notice it's obviously this is one of those policies with the particular waste system referenced. We're not proposing that. We found it too costly. The issue being again on a site which has got a lot of challenges in terms of deliverability. Whilst we understand why it's an attractive proposition, it's just not something we've been able to integrate with the site.
Yeah, okay. On the co-living one,
yeah.
I mean, the development principles, first one, residential development. So that would include co-living, would it not?
Well, there's a separate policy towards co-living. Yeah. So council has, well, this is discussions with officers at a separate level. They've disaggregated co-living as a resident from the residential broad brush spectrum and deal with separately under their co-living policies.
Yeah.
So under the current plan, this is again just a detailed point, they are telling us at officer level that co-living isn't supported on the site because their co-living policy directs you to different locations.
Yeah.
So we're just saying for clarity's sake, it would be helpful because we say we comply with the new co-living policy. Their old co-living policy was slightly different.
Yeah. So the new one allows co-living in certain locations, one of which would be a local centre.
Yeah. We actually did say we were complying with the old one, but they disagreed because it directs you to main roads and arterials. So the only reason I flagged that is because I'm sure the council has seen this. Increasingly, these other products are quite important in terms of viability. Yeah. They help sustain that in challenging markets.
Okay, thank you. Right. So on that co-living point, does the term residential development and the design principles embrace that?
It does.
Subject to the specific co-living policy.
Yeah, so residential would encompass all forms of residential use, so general needs and specialists. As Ballymore pointed out, there would be requirements under policy H9, I believe, which cover co-living, and a couple of points of the importance of location of those uses. So amenity impacts and the more densely informed more dense form of residential, those residents have access to appropriate facilities. So it very much directs those sorts of uses to main roads and local centres. So yeah, sort of have to pick up on those points more when we come to H9 in due course. But yeah, we would assess residential as in principle being acceptable. But yeah, they would have to still adhere to the co-living policy requirements.
But it wouldn't really. The plan doesn't identify specific allocations for co-living.
No.
It provides flexibility by saying residential development, which would embrace co-living, so long as you meet the co-living policy.
Yeah, exactly.
On that site.
Yeah.
Because it would be difficult to prescribe or to suggest on particular sites that they would meet the criteria necessarily, because it may do depending on other things as well.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. Hopefully that provides some reassurance.
It is helpful.
Okay.
I think it would just relay some of the conversations that have been going on for years.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Just how you sort of wrestle through some of these issues, but that is helpful. I mean, I think it's a challenging site, but I think we've got plenty to get forward.
The building heights and the waste, I think, we don't need to keep going over the same response, I don't think. Was there anything else in that? So the employment uses.
Yeah. I think about the relocation requirement, want to make clear that in our policy, we acknowledge the challenges in relocating all the industrial existing use into the building. So in our policy implementation text J3.1 lists out a list of information you have to provide in the relocation strategy. If you cannot relocate the existing businesses on site, you have to submit relocation strategy and find alternative site that can carry out that function for the existing businesses, so that you can release your site to other more efficient use.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, just so that I know we had a conversation about employment policies, but obviously on a site like this, which is heavily contaminated, the whole site will be cleared before we build anything. So we have to go through decontamination of the whole to the full industrial site. And the challenge is if the requirement is to then provide alternative sites, which Ballymore may not have. If we have other land holdings, it's that challenge. I mean, a lot of the sites you see on these sites, they go there because they're a development site, they're temporary, they're short term, usually construction related, because they like to be here when building's happening, and then they move on. So it's just to be a bit, we just need pragmatism in that. So I don't think there's any objection to relocation and helping, but I think it's just being practical about some of the challenges. Because sites to be cleared, they will have to move on. Some of them may wish to come back into the whole building, but if we don't have an alternative site, then what then? And the last thing you want to do is hold up a scheme, because you've got tenants who might say, well, we don't need to move. And then you can't develop the site. So I think it's just making sure there's, again, flexibility in that interpretation.
A lot of these discussions are a consequence of the level of detail of this plan and the way that you interact between development management policies and site-specific policies. Because, I mean, the key thing about the site allocation is you want some employment uses on the site, and to give some broad indication of where they should be. The relocation issue is dealt really through the development management policy, which is J policy, whatever, because that's the mechanism whereby you decide whether they should be, those particular uses should be form part of the industrial uses on this site. So, okay. But the plan is as it is. So I think rather than try and continually sort of go around these things, it's a matter of me thinking about how maybe the relationship between the specific requirements in these policies, site policies, interact with the development management policies. Beyond that, I don't know. So I'm not saying anything in particular, but just sort of that sort of context seems to be important, because the response seems to be coming back to the same thing again. Well, this says something that seems quite specific and prescriptive, but then you say, well, actually it's qualified because a green space policy or a water policy or an employment policy would also apply, and that may mean something different. So it's that kind of relationship, I think.
I think we'd welcome more brevity potentially the policy.
Well, but
I understand.
I can't rewrite this plan.
No,
to that level of detail.
I think though, it's expression, because I think that's the reason we're so heavily involved in this early stage.
Yeah.
Detail, just I think everyone's working in the same direction. Everyone's
Yeah,
doing the same thing. So a lot of it was a lot about the principles of this side. I think because we strongly support them, they're desperately important for us to move forward. I think it's just sometimes the detail. I mean, I don't know if it's helpful. So it might be the council may not wish to go down, but whether or not we can go in some sort of statement on the ground, potentially just on some of these minor points, whether that would just take some of them away with the council.
Yeah, but then you do it for this policy, and then I think there's more of a matter of principle, which I'm thinking about, whether there's some things written in somewhere whereby it says the site-specific policy, the site allocation policies contain, requirements.
Yeah.
But these are subject to, or application of development management policies that may lead to a different, outcome, or well, I don't know. I'm just thinking something along those lines that would apply generally to all of the, site allocation requirements. Yeah. Just thinking off the top of my head. So, because I think that's what you're saying, isn't it? It looks very prescriptive and specific, whether it's where the green space is or it should be an extension to a park, whereby you sort of say, well, actually, when you work it through, it may be another solution that would be satisfactory. So, okay, well, can we just leave that there for now as a text? Well, unless you want to say.
It was just on the education point.
Sorry. Yeah.
And agree that obviously school place needs in London are incredibly hard to plan for in the current climate, and SI4 recognises that, so it is subject to the needs and the phasing as well. So again,
that's another example.
Point. Yeah, I was going to say it echoes your point, and it does. It's maybe that's something like that at the start of the site.
Because this primary school is needed at the moment in time. That may be what the evidence suggests. 3 years' time.
And our evidence shows that the phasing of that is incredibly important because of parents like new schools, etc. You don't want to undermine the schools you've already got. So that's why that's in there. Again, maybe something at the start of the site to clarify that they're working as a cohort would be helpful.
Yeah, thank you. So anything else on SA3? No, okay. Thank you. So SA4, again, let's look at the pro forma. So this is one of the range, because you've got the design capacity just under 3,000 under a planning permission. Yeah.
Yes.
Outline. Yeah.
Oh no. So the lower, in this particular instance, it's the one site where the lower range figure reflects our design led capacity testing, and then the higher range is based on the planning permission.
Yeah, the outline permission for 5,000.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's got outline permission for 1,000. That was dated to 18 reference.
Yes.
When was it granted?
2021. October 2021 was approved. I mean, just to clarify, it's a hybrid planning permission. So the first 400 homes are approved in 2010.
Okay.
And then 5,000 is still including this 400.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So in terms of the trajectory, then it's detailed permission for 400.
Detailed permission for 400. Yeah.
So this is programmed to. On the trajectory here, it starts a couple of years' time, and then it's 500 onwards.
So in terms of where we think we are, firstly we think 5,000 within the plan period is achievable. I think in terms of the 5-year supply, as John mentioned, like everybody, we have to go through the Building Safety Act, including the 400 homes.
Yeah.
So we think there's about 1,200 completions within the 5 years.
By 2032.
Yes.
Yeah. So that would include the 400 that have got full permission, or they have been built before
that? No, include those. So it's 400 in detail, and then the first few phases of the outline in effect.
So the 400 won't be built before 2027. Oh. Okay. So those would count towards the 5-year supply. So this trajectory would move on a little bit, shift to the right a little bit. So there wouldn't be 500 before. Okay. So that would go ahead, and those 400 would be, say, in that year 27, 28, and then you'd have got reserve matters for the outline of the commission, and that would follow on. But it's all be part of the same development.
Yes, exactly. It's all on development. So sort of good news as well is that we're not seeing in the press, but there's kind of a delivery partner in place, so Araba London and Keystone Apartment under the infrastructure sort of time to bring the site forward. So it's happening. It's great.
We've got the building height thing, same issue again. Yeah, Okay, and in terms of viability, what is the viability?
So the viability, it's BLV2 and BLV3.
2 and 3, so partly clear, partly secondary.
Yeah. So for the cleared land, it's viable at 50%.
So we're reading which row are we on?
Oh, sorry, it's row 1, 2, 6.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, what did you say? Viable with?
So for the cleared land, it's viable at 50%, and for the industrial, it's viable at 35% and marginal viability at 40%.
So BLV2, marginal
So
at 40%.
Yeah, great. So BLV2, which is industrial,
Yeah,
it is viable till 35%.
Yeah.
And marginal viability 40%.
Yeah.
So BLV3 is viable at 50%.
Yeah. Okay, so that's what that says. And in terms of the scheme that you've been negotiating.
Yeah, so what we have planning permission for and are implementing, it is, you talking about in units or hub rooms in terms of your affordable numbers? Units. Okay, so in unit terms, we're at 34% affordable housing by unit, 39% by habitable room. That's what's approved.
Yeah.
The first phase, the first 400 units are 46%. So kind of higher affordable than the first phase.
Okay, thank you. Right, thank you. So that's one where the 5-year supply, you would be supporting the council's assessment of those. So you wouldn't. Sorry, you said.
So it's like
1,200
within 5 years. That's not where we are, and the need for peak time because of the step-core issue, unfortunately.
Yeah. So their figure was 2,500. Okay. So on the basis of what is said there, would that change yours? That's what you still say. Well, you know, there's a realistic prospect of clear evidence. There's a realistic prospect that it'll be 2,500.
No, I think we would. In this particular instance, we would. You know, our approach is often just taking what the developers consider is the most realistic time frame for delivery, and we wouldn't dispute that.
Okay, thank you. So, anything else on estate?
There were 2 points, if it's okay.
Yes, of course.
So I don't want to go over all ground on the building heights, but just to emphasise, this is one of the sites where we think there's some of the biggest disparities between a planning permission, which is, just to be clear, this has been implemented as well. Obviously, we haven't kind of fully started construction, but it has been technically implemented. Where I think the height site allocation talks about 50 metres. As I mentioned yesterday, this 5,000 home planning permission includes 20 plots, of which 19 of them exceed significantly the 50 metre. They're mostly in the range of 75 to 98. And obviously there's quite a big delta, I think, between the council's capacity work, around about 3,000 homes, which links to those heights, and then the planning permission for 5 meters. So we think this is one where hopefully it's not particularly controversial to be able to change the site allocation heights to reflect the planning permission, so maybe it would be within the 100 metre mark. I noticed that we're within what's described as the wider Canning Town tall building zone, where I think Canning Town Centre does have 100 metres in it, so it would be in effect just reflecting consistency between Canning Town Centre and Thameside West, where the planning permission already exists for those heights. And I suppose conversely, if it does stay at 50, then there's a real world threat in the event that we do need to go back in and make amendments, so cycles, etc. Potentially 2,000 homes could be. I appreciate it's a development management process and there could be material considerations, but this feels one where it would be very logical for it to be 100 metres. I don't know if there's anything you want to discuss on that. I know we talked about it yesterday. And my second point is around the strategic industrial.
Oh yeah,
that's okay.
Yeah.
So again, so the sort of the southeastern part of the site is within sort of the wider Thameside West strategic industrial land, and just again as a matter of sort of fact, planning permission that has been approved, as I mentioned, the detailed component, the 400 homes, actually sits on that part of the site where the strategic industrial land allocation is. So it's 400 homes. It does include employment generating, including kind of industrial uses at the base of that building. I suppose it's a slightly wider conversation that links to policy J1, and the reason sort of flagging that policy under this site allocation is because of the specific wording if it's correct, policy J1 table 6, where it kind of describes each of the strategic industrial locations, and it specifically says for SIL 3, Thameside West, the priority uses are large-scale industrial and small-scale light industrial and functional requirements. So with the functional requirements saying no residential floor space is permitted in these designations. So as I mentioned, our first homes have detailed approval for them sit right on top of that. So it was a question around whether from a policy perspective there needs to be any kind of carve-out to confirm you can have residential in that part of the SIL, or whether actually the SIL boundary changes, because there's obviously it's a much wider SIL allocation that extends into other site allocations. There's this kind of nib of it that goes into the site. So kind of a question.
Yeah, okay. So the reason you got planning permission to build homes on the bit of the SIL is what? It was vacant?
No. So it was so the planning permission also includes a plot. It's called Plot V for everyone's reference, which is in effect an industrial plot. So one of the plots, there's two plots within the overall development. One of which has 400 homes and some industrial at the base, and there's another plot called Plot V, which is not within the strategic industrial land, but where there was some re-provision of strategic industrial land, and that formed part of the overall decision. So
it was a movement of the SIL.
I suppose it was a movement of the industrial use.
Yeah.
So obviously it didn't de facto change the boundary, but as we're now left with, I guess it's a slight legacy of that decision, perhaps, that the SIL boundary hasn't changed or caught up with the planning commission.
So if the SIL boundary changed, it could change to take a bit out where the homes are, but it would be extended to include the new bit?
Probably.
Is that what you're saying?
It's not what we've suggested in our representations.
Okay. No, okay. Anything else on the policy?
Those are the two key points, I think. The building heights one just emphasizes a key one for our client for the reasons we talked about. Hopefully very logical. And then the strategic industrial land one, I think for us the simplest thing would be for the boundary just to shift back to the southern boundary of the site, where the remaining SIL is that, as I understand, doesn't have any residential allocation.
So where this SIL on this diagram here, presumably reflects the policy. Now that's got that. So it would be the red line. The SIL would move out the other.
Because I think, if I'm wrong, I think the Thameside West SIL then kind of continues sort of further to the south. That's right.
Okay, understood. Anything you want to respond to that?
On the SIL boundary, for SIL boundary, we acknowledge that the application is providing the majority of the industrial floor space into the stacked industrial building, but we are in the view that because that part of the SIL is a cluster, so if you provide that industrial floor space out of the SIL, it would not function like as same as what it should be function as a SIL. So we are in the view that we should retain that SIL boundary until the relocation floor space is provided at the site, because we understand that currently at the site, it is at a later phase that the industrial floor space will come forward. So
it's currently part of the third phase, isn't it?
Yeah.
Probably, it's linked to the third phase. So which sort of I'll do that after the first.
Just on the first two, 1,200.
Yeah, so we talked about the 1,200 homes, and then I think at the moment the Plot B has to be delivered kind of basically around about the same time as that. So in the early third, if you like.
Yeah. So we are in a position that not until that stage we will explore and review the SIL boundary, whether this can be the existing industrial land within that SIL boundary can be compromised, can be how the industrial floor space can be provided at that industrial building, so that we will not lose any of the industrial capacity in Aboro.
Okay. So that deals your response to that, which I can think about. In terms of the tall buildings, anything different you want to say?
I want to say something. So we acknowledge that there is an inconsistency between the maximum height that we are proposing and what has been consented. However, as I explained yesterday, this first of all comes from the fact that we didn't take into account what wasn't started, and this I think it has started 2024. So when we did the assessment, it wasn't started yet, so we didn't have any clarity about if the site was coming forward or not. But also something, probably a bit of history is helpful in this case, because from our townscape assessment, the site is not considered suitable for greater height. And this was also the position of the council years ago, because the application was refused by the council and it was called in by the GLA. So it has been approved under different circumstances with higher parameter, but it's quite a low PTAL, and we never considered that the height and the density was appropriate for this site. Just to clarify this point. So we had also the RP panel a bit objecting the height from a townscape point of view.
So Silvertown's position is, well, this is one of the extreme examples where the discrepancy between the planning permission and the tall building zone policy, but notwithstanding that, you're still not shifting your view on that. Okay, well, understood. So,
may I just respond to that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
In that, I suppose, firstly, 5,000 homes is featuring in the trajectory. And that's it. That's our integral to that.
Yes,
so if we're saying we want 5,000 homes to feature, which I'm sure we all do, then that kind of comes with the territory of the heights that have been consented to allow 5,000 homes. And whilst council at the time didn't support the planning application, ultimately it was found to be acceptable when it was called in by the GLA, and it's obviously very extensive townscape evidence, design quality, etc. So I think again the fact is that the planning permission has been approved, is being implemented, and does feature in the council's very significantly in the council's master plan. I think that the heights are integral to that.
Well, yes, I mean that's an example. There's been at least one other example where the trajectory and the building height don't seem to be, consistent. But yeah, okay, understood. In terms of PTAL, you say that's one of the reasons why building height is townscape assessment and PTAL.
Yeah, it's 1B3.
Sorry.
1B3.
Right. So we move on to SA5. Go to SA5, which is the XL Western entrance. Yep. So this let's just deal with the performer and the the performer and the viability first. So in terms of the performer, the smallest site capacity estimated to be 136. Yeah, not in the 5-year supply. No planning permission. Why the spreading out over 5 years?
I mean, that's how we approach all sites
you divide them up
in the plan. So we look at them and we say, okay, this site, in this particular case, it's got free up in, probably going to be delivered in the medium term. Let's build some contingency into the trajectory. We phase over 5 years rather than all at once.
It doesn't count towards 5 years by therefore.
Yes.
Okay. In terms of viability, there's no planning permission, so the evidence we have is about what's in the
so it's BLB3.
Yeah.
Rule 138.
Yeah.
Which is viable at 30%.
You give me these percentages when they're viable. You're using this latest table that Dr. Lee gave us when you track back across. I mean, it's in the original 2024 report.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the simple table just says it's red. Just tells us it's red with 60% or red with 35%. But this is you going back across the columns until you get to the percentage of the green, which is the table he referred us to on Tuesday. Yeah, I understand. Fine. Okay. Thank you. Right. So some issues raised by Excel. Do you want to explain those? I've read them, but you may well.
Yeah, that's fine. I think firstly we just want to say that we support the principle of the site allocation.
Yeah.
I think the key point for us is that we're concerned with the graphic representation of the opportunity for green space
on
the site. It's to extent, in our opinion, and would prevent and significantly constrain the development potential of the site allocation. We also feel it's inconsistent with the primary objectives of the reconfiguration, consolidation, and enhancement of the space proposed in the site allocation. And it's also a much larger it's also much larger than the existing green spaces identified in the adopted policies map as well. So I think that's one of the key points raised, and that probably leads us on to the other 2 points, which is capacity. So I know you touched upon 136 residential units that's being proposed. Again, we feel this significantly underestimates the site's true potential, being in a pivotal position in part of the Royal Docks regeneration area. And we have carried out some of our own capacity testing because we are at pre-application stage at the moment. And we think there's capacity to deliver up to 375 homes alongside some other uses as well, such as our hotel, food and beverage, cultural and exhibition space. So yeah, overall we feel like there is more capacity to deliver more homes, and that probably leads us onto the building heights point as well. And it's probably been touched upon quite a bit, but we feel like there's greater potential for increased building heights, which is outlined in our reps as well.
So it's in the 40 metre.
Yeah.
So
we think 60.
You said 60.
And that's consistent with our own townscape work. We've appended to the reps a few plans in which you can see that.
Yeah.
But it's also probably consistent with the number of taller buildings that exist in that kind of Western Gateway corridor that leads kind of west of XM.
In terms of the green space, that reflects some existing green space that obviously requires. But the main point you have about it is not the policy wording; it's the blog, the green blog.
That's exactly it. So, the policy wording says an design objective, from development principles, Royal Victoria Square to be reconfigured to the east of the site as a consolidated open space. Okay, we're not actually disputing that, and the pre-app work that we've done, you've suggested that.
So that means a consolidated means just one cohesive piece.
I think that's our interpretation of the wording, and that's what we're in pre-application conversation with the development management team on. And I think we then felt that I appreciate it is an indicative plan, but the indicative plan that covers everything that doesn't have a building on it at the moment as an opportunity for green space. It felt to us kind of naturally restricts the development potential, if read literally, of course, and also then conflicts with what's kind of the stated development objective for the open space. So I think maybe that explains why there is that difference between the council's capacity work of 640 homes compared to the 375 that we have, because I think that the capacity work basically didn't assume any buildings on any of the existing public realm, which felt kind of slightly contrary to the stated objective for there to be reconfigured and consolidated. And I do appreciate the comments earlier around the policies maps being illustrative, but at the same time they will still kind of they kind of raise an expectation, shall we say? And I think if you basically colour the whole thing in green, a layman would feel you shouldn't really be building on that. So I think that's our kind of primary concern.
I think this may be one of the cases where the position of the green space reflects where the green space is now, does it? Largely, or is it that's where you think it should be?
Yeah, now where it should be. I think the evidence base just justifies the need for the green space. So that's what the articulation is within the site allocation. It's in an area of deficiency of access for all types of parks, except small spaces. I appreciate the extent might have changed from the previous to now, but that is because we've done the updated work. It hadn't been done for 10 years. We've taken a consistent approach to the sites. The how, as I've said before, can be different, but the requirement to replace the amount of green space is incredibly important. We are one of the lowest in terms of accessible space per 1,000 people per population compared to other London boroughs. And we're actually stating that we want to keep that as static across the plan period. We're not being overly ambitious to say more, but if we keep losing bit by bit the accessible public open space, we will actually fall beneath that already low per population open space.
I think the point there is, I don't think they're disputing the retain and enhance, reconfigure.
Yes,
those words. It's the shape and size of the blob,
Right, and it's fine. I think would the indicative have what we've discussed already, that the maps are indicative, allay those concerns, or is it still the extent of that amount?
I think it is the extent. I think if we go back to the adopted local plan, obviously the adopted local plan does protect the green spaces, and which is Royal Victoria Square, and then the two sort of triangular pieces of green. And I suppose that was our, when we started this kind of development together, that was our thought that is protected, that's what we need to re-provide. And it is literally the green space, the rest of it is kind of hard public ground, steps and things like that. So I think then colouring all of the public ground, which is a lot of hard and soft landscaping at the moment, and protecting that as a singular green space is a very, very significant increase in the quantum of protection compared to the adopted local plan and proposed, which again read literally, it felt to us very much constrains the development to the extent that frankly it wouldn't become a viable proposition. We wouldn't be sitting here saying it's a site allocation, right? And we really want it to be a site allocation. We fully support that. As I said, we support a lot of the development principles, hopefully subject to some of the additional uses that we suggested, but it feels that there's a real conflict between what is shown illustratively on that plan versus the current level of protection and the stated objectives.
Anything further on that in terms
No, we can take that away for consideration, and I guess it would also be, just to point out, it would be the policies map as well in terms of that designation as well that you would be asking us to look at too.
What does the policies map show?
It shows the wider extent, so it's bringing in some of the civic grey space as well as the green space, so the square and the two triangles.
Within the allocation?
Within the designation on the policies map.
So which designation on the policies map?
For the green space.
Okay.
So it's green civic, it's listed as civic as well, so it's within the map.
Yeah, okay. So I suppose, okay. So the policy map shows that's a DM policy.
Yes.
And it's for green space and civic space is one designation.
The green space and then the subcategory is civic. It's bringing that in as a civic.
So that's
space.
the hard bits in there. So this is just an example. Okay. So and on the policies map, I can go into it now. What layer am I clicking on?
Green space.
Yes, it's all allocated as green space in the draft new policies map. So.
Yeah.
And it in effect reflects the extent shown on the site allocation.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So you're saying you could have a look at that. But I think,
just for clarity, for us to consider when we need to take it away, but just as a principle, if it were to reflect the green spaces that are existing, would you be comfortable with that position, just so that for clarity?
Yeah, but I think that's the baseline we've been working to re-provide and reconfigure that. Yeah, in a much improved way. I mean, it's not the most usable bits of green space, but that as a baseline, I think would be kind of good common ground.
Okay, well, we can take it away for consideration. We obviously need to be consistent with how the mapping work has been done, but I would definitely take that away.
Okay, well, we'll think about that. I think there may be a general point about where on the site maps, it may not be a general point, but I think it came up on another one that sometimes the green shape reflects something that's already there, but in some cases it's creating something new. It's part of a big sign. The vector grid site may be an example of that, where it's created something, I don't know, but whatever. But I suppose it's which is it doing when you this says opportunity for green space, so this seems to be a proposal rather than what's there now. You see what I mean? So I'm not sure what the solution is. When this talks about retaining, enhancing, reconfiguring, I mean, that kind of implies you're keeping it in the same place, but you're redesigning it. But I agree. It has to be in the same place.
So we had interpreted that to mean retain the quantum design and improve. And then it says reconfigure to the east of the site. So in our head, reconfigure to the east of the site is a different geographical location. Because at the moment, what's described as Royal Victoria Square, which isn't shown on that.
I've got it on the Google Maps.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's.
But it is on the east of the site, but it's on the southeast corner of the site.
It's kind of on.
Well, it's in the south.
Sort of,
I don't know what's meant by.
I suppose where we hope that the local plan leads us to is a development management conversation around what is the right open space outcome based on the framework of an objective to retain the quantum, to improve it, and to re-provide it through a development management conversation.
Which makes sense to me.
So it feels to us that the policies map doesn't need to be overly prescriptive about its exact location, but at the moment it felt that the kind of the quantum of it was maybe misleading in terms of perhaps what the objective is.
Okay.
I don't know if it's helpful to clarify, there was a modification that was in the modification table that you are not looking at, but then it isn't, I know, I'm sorry, sir, but then it is a modification. So do you want me to read out the modification now? Development should protect existing open space deficiency by re-providing and enhancing Royal Victoria Square civic space as a consolidated open space. Then this is the new bit. The consolidated green space should retain the existing quantity of open space while enhancing its functionality and exploring the opportunity for retaining original design features of heritage value. So if we were to, so that is in the modification table that was submitted with the plan but hasn't been taken through to the matters 1 to 4. If we would see this. So it is in the library, but it isn't drawn to your attention, so apologies. But if we were to look at that proposals mapping with that new wording, it's just a consideration whether you think.
I mean, face value, the wording that you said reflects, I suppose, our understanding of the objectives for the site. The point around the heritage, so I think there's a Dockers statue there, which I think has been identified as being important, which we are retaining, or we're kind of putting somewhere in the new development. And I think, yes, as long as the policies map and reflects that wording, we can kind of take that away together. That sounds.
Okay, thank you.
Just for clarity, it's SD004 within the examination library, which is the longer list of modifications, which didn't draw out the main modifications for you. But if you want to look at that, now then that's there.
The reason you didn't refer to that in your written statement, was that because you thought it wasn't necessary on reflection?
Yes. Oh, no. I think it was a misunderstanding with regards to, we didn't, because you didn't ask this level of detail with regards to the green space or SI in the matters questions, we haven't referenced it. So we just purely reference the things that justify our position on our matters papers. However, there are some others that could be considered main and or pertinent for conversation.
Well, that's fine, you brought it up now. That's fine. So I think 2 things there, just what you read. So the policies is when it, that will designate green space as defined in the, whatever the end policy is.
Yes.
And that's existing, isn't it?
Yes.
Whereas this map is showing a proposal, in effect, an opportunity, isn't it?
Yes, I think it's twofold. I think from the opponent's position, it's twofold. It's the map and the visual representation, but also that does then link back to their other concern is that the designation takes into account the grey and civic space.
Not just the green space.
Yes, and I think that's something that we can go away and have a look at and consider.
But that would have to be across all your, that would have to be consistent across.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I just want to make sure is consistent. I think this might, I'm not, I think this is the only site where this may have, but I'm going to double check that, which is why I want to take it away. So
okay. I'll leave that with you. I mean, generally the green spaces will be green spaces like parks and, relatively clearly defined.
Yes.
Or small bits of public ground.
I think the consultants for the Green Water Infrastructure Strategy saw this as one coherent space. That's why they've justified bringing in the grey space as well, because it is a historic open space. Obviously, there are green elements in it, but so that's why it was mapped as one.
And just one point of clarification, we can take this away in the statement of common ground, is the new wording, consolidated green space should reclaim the existing quantity of open space. I think perhaps that's where there's the mismatch. So green space obviously being something that is protected at the moment, but open space that is not green space is not protected at the moment. I think from our perspective, absolutely consolidation of the green space should retain the quantity of green space, because everything else de facto is open space. So I think that would be okay.
Yeah, cool. Understood. Thanks.
Really helpful.
Good, okay, right. So I think we've dealt with SA5, N2 SA5. Yep, thank you. Right, so we move on to where we are sitting, I think. Where are we in neighbourhood 3? on before Excel disappeared, and N3 SA1, isn't there a point about the allocation?
Oh, sorry.
yeah.
So this is the.
You just were like, yeah.
Go to space.
So this
It's
is
around the extent of the allocation.
yeah.
Which
So,
is
sorry, moving on to N3, which is Royal Albert North. So this is the boundary must be through the it's the other end. Isn't it? But this is XL owned land, which is the end of this large allocation in Royal Albert, which is where we are now, including this building. Yeah, 29.8 hectares. But the western end of it, it's in XL's ownership.
Yeah.
And you're saying that bit of the red line is not actually available. Is that what?
Yeah, but it's been phase 3's been completed. So I think we're just saying that bit should be removed from that site allocation at the red line boundary. And I think the Doubletree Hilton, which is by Exeter as well, I think it's shown to be retained in that area. So I think we're saying that should be excluded as well. I think we've tried to mark up on the plan.
Yeah, I've got the little plan with the blue bit
Yeah,
where you're
blue
showing
bit,
your
yeah.
ownership.
So I think what we're saying is that the phase 3 should be excluded from that site allocation, and also that the phase 3, the Hilton XL Hotel, should be removed from that site allocation. There might be potential.
But just add, because I think we're aware that some of the policies in the plan talk about master planning for strategic sites. Fair enough. I suppose the point being that there's going to be some master plan taken for the wider site, and that de facto needs to include land within XL's ownership, which isn't coming forward for development. It felt. But still, law of unintended consequences.
Yeah. Okay. So so it wouldn't really matter, other than the comprehensive master planning.
Yeah. That's the sort of.
Any thoughts?
I mean, our kind of key reason for including it in there initially was because it was included in the feasibility work that the Royal Docks team did on the highways realignment works, that it's part of an option for this site. I think our kind of key concern and why we felt it should be part of master plan discussions in terms of sites integrating with their wider surroundings is that if those highway works were to go ahead, I think it's important that there would be conversations taking place with XL about how that would affect that land that is directly adjoining where the highway runs now and where it would effectively be realigned to. There's different options for how it can be brought forward, but effectively the highway realignment works with those to be considered in discussion with XL.
Okay, so you're saying that it is still appropriate to include it in because this highway realignment, you say, is not a requirement.
Yes.
It's an optional. It would have benefits, but it's not something the developer is required to.
Yeah, it's another one of the sites that has 2 capacity options. So one including the highway realignment works and one not. So if it weren't to go ahead to this.
So let me just find the policy for this highway. It's not under infrastructure, is it?
I think it should be under development principles.
Not infrastructure. Oh yes, so the site could deliver the realignment of Royal Albert Way, Northern Connaught Roundabout. Yeah. So you're saying that because that's still in as something to investigate, it's appropriate for this?
I think that it would be appropriate for XL to be involved in those master planning discussions. We're not saying that they should design a scheme for it because it's built. It's not going to change, but I think it would be appropriate for them to be included in those discussions.
Well, I mean, we already are involved in those discussions with the Royal Docks team. It forms part of the long leasehold and the head lease ownership of how that land is positioned. Without going into details of the scheme, the highway realignment makes the scheme unviable. So it would need some drastic measures to enable that to happen. But yeah, we are plugged in as enabling that on that perspective. Just think from our perspective, we don't necessarily believe that it should be included because there are other opportunities that land could deliver should the highway realignment not happen.
Okay.
Okay, well, I understand. I understand the issue, so leave that with me. In terms of the allocation more generally, I mean, it's a big allocation. It's got 2 planning permissions, 2 student accommodation blocks. Yeah.
Yes, it does. So those are in. Yes. It does, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's just, yeah, so it has 2 permissions, I believe, for student housing, and then the remainder of it starts delivering from the medium term with that highways realignment option work, which would allow for additional residential being phased in the long term in the high range trajectory.
Yeah, so the only things that's got planning permission are the 2 student accommodation
Yes,
blocks, yeah?
that's correct.
So, and the rest of the capacity is based on that plus then the design-led
Yes.
capacity assessing. And then you've got 2 variations of that, depending on whether the road would happen or not.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. So none of the longer-term stuff is assumed to contribute to the 5-year supply.
No.
And the 2 planning permissions, they're active. They're being progressed. The recent
They
planning
got planning
permissions.
permission fairly recently, I should bring it up.
It's all right. I mean, anyway, they're assumed to both be built in.
I think they both have resolutions to grant at the moment, so we base them from 3 years' time to allow time for them to get full planning permission for them to phase.
Okay. Okay. In terms of viability, what does that tell us?
Viability would be PL3.
For all of this line?
For all 80.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
viable till 35%.
Sorry?
Viable till 35%.
35. Okay, thank you. Right, okay. Okay, nothing else on that one, so thank you. Any other contributions?
Sure.
Okay, thanks. Right, now, I'll tell you what I'm going to do now. I'll give you a choice. I don't think we need to have a lunch break. So we've got the M4 sites to talk about. M5, some allocations, but there's not much to talk about. So I suggest what we do is just have another 10-minute break now, then we come back and we finish off, and then that's it for today, yeah? Rather than, we may be able to finish by 1 o'clock now, but I wouldn't. Let's just have another quick break till 25 to, let's say, so that's 80.
but I can't remember off the top of my head which one it is.
No, but it starts off in year 6 with just 20, and then 21 and 21 and 21 and 21, and then jumps to 27.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I think it's probably because there is so the site is split in 2 parts, one to the north of Newham Way and one to the south of Newham Way. Yeah. And we had reps at Reg 19 from apologies, my error before, there's 2 portions that are not within the council's ownership, one of which is a pub at the north of the site called the Beckton Arms.
Okay.
And effectively what we tried to do is kind of estimate how much capacity we thought that northern pit would provide. And given the Reg 19 response for the Beckton Arms site, we felt that part of the site was probably more appropriately phased in the medium term, with the broader council regeneration coming forward in the long term.
Okay, so the contribution to 5-year supply was the bits got planning permission.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, and the viability. What does that tell us?
No viability testing was done.
Oh, council owned.
Yeah.
But the type, yeah. So, but it's unlikely. What's the existing use? It says,
Well, it's a mix at the moment of existing residential accommodation. There's some community uses on the River Christian Centre part of the site, and then to the north of the site there is that pub, and I believe there's a little bit of the town centre boundary as well, but that's only a small sliver of the overall site.
But it's not clear site. It'd be a BV 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Right, and the SA2, smallish site. It's not got planning permission. It's not assumed to contribute to 5-year supply.
Yeah.
Okay. Is this council owned mainly?
No, it's not. This would be, it's council freehold, and then there's a number of leaseholders on the site. So when we spoke with the leaseholders, when we did Reg 18, they indicated that it would come forward in the medium term. So we phased it as so.
And no viability?
No viability.
Right, okay. Let's move on then to SA3, which is the Canning Town Holiday Inn.
Yes.
So this is basically the hotel and some other land.
Yes.
Is it all in the ownership of Redefine?
No, it's not.
No.
So the front portion, the western part,
Yeah.
is owned by Redefine.
Yeah.
They've got freehold interests, and basically it's the existing Holiday Inn Express.
Yeah.
And then the extent to the rear, which is currently subject to a live application, I think is owned by the council, but there's other leaseholders on it as well.
Okay. So it's not an application by...
No, the one to the north is
No.
owned by us, no.
Okay. So this, just deal with the performer and the timing, the viability, whatever. Excuse me. SA3, so this wouldn't contribute to the 5-year supply.
No.
The capacity 138 or 223.
Yeah, so this is a site where we have a lower and a higher range figure.
Depending on what's available.
Yeah, exactly. So the lower range figure is purely the part in hotel ownership.
Yeah.
And then the broader figure is were you to, which is our preferred approach. If you were to master plan the whole, it's effectively it's not an island site, but it's sort of surrounded on all sides by some key roads. So we think the bigger portion of land, we would prefer that to be comprehensive land.
So the 223, sorry, no. 223 capacity is the higher figure if all of that was available.
Yes.
The 138 would be the bit in the hotel's ownership.
Yes.
Okay, right. And that's the bit that's more definite.
I think that would be a fair. That'd be fair.
So what's the Redefine's position on this?
So to provide a bit of context,
Yeah.
we have submitted reps at each stage of the plan process.
Yeah.
We are supportive of the broad principles of the draft application. There's a few changes which I can run through.
Yeah, I read there.
That probably still stand. And a few of those points I think have been raised on other site applications, and is about that kind of policy wording point.
Yeah.
But In the immediate term, our client wants to retain the existing hotel.
Yeah. So just one step back. If 138 homes were to be provided, would that be a demolition of the existing hotel?
That's what it would look like.
Yeah. Would there be a new hotel as part of that?
Potentially. That's in the kind of longer term vision.
Yeah. Okay. But in the shorter term, the hotel wants to continue to potentially extend or adapt.
Yes. So we've got an application that's currently in, that should be validated imminently. That was submitted in November for the retention of the hotel, recladding and extension. Okay. So that's the immediate aim of the client because it's performing strongly and it's doing really well. So we had a very extensive period of pre-app engagement with the council and the DM officers. A lot of the principals in the draft application have had regard to through developing the hotel extension proposals. So obviously we are consistent with that. We've got the main town centre use.
Yeah.
There's the coordination that we undertook with the site to the north, which is required, and there's a significant amount of public realm agreement as well. So it is compliant with that as a whole. But our client is also interested in the longer term in the potential for the alternative kind of mixed use development of the site, which could include housing. Again, it could include hotels that would need to be looked at the time, and subject to kind of market and economic conditions.
Yeah.
We fed into the capacity testing at the beginning of the local plan process, and at that point, our client was considering quite a comprehensive mixed-use scheme with housing in it. Unfortunately, the feedback we had from the DM officers challenged heights and densities, so compared to the hotel, it wasn't viable, hence they're going ahead currently with the hotel position. So in terms of, I think, the main concerns that we had about the site allocation in its current wording, one of the main things was the employment uses and the prioritisation of industrial floor space on the site. So obviously our client's ownership extent comprises main town centre uses, it's a hotel. We are suggesting that needs to be broadened to recognise the role of main town centre uses as an employment generating use that would be appropriate on that site. Our concern is obviously that the industrial uses are to the north. The current application to the north does not include any industrial floor space. As it's currently worded, the onus has the potential to fall on our client, despite there not being any industrial floor space on the site at the moment. So it's just being very clear that it's about the protection of existing and not about kind of new, which I think aligns with the GLA on this as well.
Okay. So on the main town centre use, we need support objective of it. The policy allows main town centre use.
Yes.
It requires employment uses as well, reflecting, I guess, there are existing employment uses there, but not on your bit.
Yes.
And it doesn't say where the employment uses should be.
No.
So it doesn't say that it would have to be any on your bit.
No.
No.
The issue is obviously the current application on the north side is permitted. That is residential and it doesn't have industrial or employment generating. So the potential is on the way the allocation is worded, it falls on our clients to provide. And I think they would quite rightly want to be doing employment generating uses, main town centre, active ground floor. So it's having that allowance in the policy and making sure that it isn't too prescriptive in terms of the industrial prioritisation.
So did you say why can't the industrial uses be re-provided on the bit of the site application that they are currently on?
I don't know, that's out of our control.
But they're not being made?
They're not in the current application, no.
Someone else's application?
Yes.
Sorry, Okay. Right, understood, and then there's the tall building issue.
Yes. So I think in terms of the heights, we're actually broadly happy with those. We've worked very closely with the site to the north, and we were tested by officers and the GLP through the FIAT process, and we have lowered our heights to make sure they are appropriate in the context and community and things like that. The issue we had in terms of the heights was more to do with making sure they are indicative at this stage, and the meters. Very specific policy point again, but referring to meters only and not stories. Just because of the different uses that would come across, it could be misleading.
Yeah, I think my reading is that it's the meters that's the metric that matters, and these stories are indicative. So if there's a particular use that has particularly tall or small, that's too small. They would vary. So, okay. Understood. There's a point about comprehensive development again, which is it's come up several times, but it's the same point.
It is the same point.
It could become differently.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Because it's different ownerships. The site to the north has several installs on it, and ours will come forward at a different timescale. We have done as much as we can through the pre-app process to work kind of in a coordinated manner. But and obviously this comes back to policy PFN2. So it's a discussion, but that requires co-design. And again, it's about a master plan that's joint, and that just isn't feasible. And our issue is then it will affect livability for both sites. And in looking at the kind of medium term that's been identified, it has the potential to affect that.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, okay, a number of issues. I suppose this issue about where you've got different owners and they may bring forward different sites at different times, and this happens, it's been very, the issue is ensuring that the different schemes are all compatible and consistent and coherent, aren't they? I mean, and comprehensive master planning is an obvious way of doing that, but in some circumstances it won't work because of the timing of the ownerships and things. So I think that's the point you're making, that it needs a bit more flex about how you achieve the outcome rather than just one route. But maybe that can be dealt with when we look at the wording of BFN2.
I think there's, just from our perspective, I don't think there's an assumption that sites have to be delivered together. We just want to make sure that sites aren't prejudicing
one after the other, and they're compatible. And
yeah, exactly. But I think I'm no expert on it, so I'm leaving for BNF3 or whatever, 2. Yeah, to discuss further.
And that may feed through to the wording all these policies that should be designed and developed comprehensively. It does. I mean, what does actually? It isn't necessarily, back to this general point. I think it isn't meaning the same thing on all sites, is it? That it has to be all one comprehensive master plan and all delivered through in a sort of coordinated, phased approach. There is an acceptance that in some sites it will be that bit and that bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's
understood. So, and then on this one about there's existing industrial uses there, so quite legitimately in accordance with the London Plan, expectation that you don't lose anything. So that.
Yeah, and the GLA also have comments that the existing industrial use should be retained in the site. But I think we go back to the point that whether like the master planning process, like how the two site owners communicate and how to orient different land uses on the site.
Yeah. Okay. So, but if there's a current application bit on the north of it, and you will say that that's not providing employment use, presumably that wouldn't be acceptable to the council. So.
I think that would fall into the DM process, yeah.
So there's a process they would have to go through.
So when they submit application for that site, I think the DM officer will look into both sides and see what is the existing use and look at our policy, whether the principle is to provide, we provide the existing businesses on the site. So if they understand the context, and then I think they can sort it out in the DM process.
Yeah. So you trust the DM process to sort of, just because one would come forward first, I mean, I suppose this could be the case. If one comes forward first and they manage to convince DM that they don't have to provide any industrial use for whatever reason, viability or whatever reasons, the consequence of the wording of the policy would be, well, therefore it happened a little bit. But you'd say, well, the DM process could be trusted to recognise, well, the other bit's got a hotel on it at the moment, and there isn't any really, short-term process of that. So is that what it's saying?
Yeah, I think from our perspective, that's why we consider the master planning on this.
Yeah, it would be the best way forward.
To be appropriate, and we don't think that there would be a conflict with the way the site allocations worded to have a main town centre use on the hotels patch, and then the existing employment already is at the rear, re-providing that at the rear. Potentially could make sense. So yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any principal objection to that. It's just making sure you're meeting all of the, different requirements of the allocation and doing that via master planning. And if they can demonstrate that, then we'd accept it.
Okay, understood.
Am I able just to?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
The concern we have is that the DM officers aren't necessarily interpreting it that way. So already from the discussions that we've had, they are saying to us, well, if someone needs to provide the industrial and the north side is providing affordable housing, so we might look to you to provide the industrial.
Yeah, okay.
So the policy wording at the moment, it's not clear that it's about replacement of existing and who the onus falls on. And that is our big concern that it is coming back to us, unfortunately.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because in a way, you're looking for a level of prescription that other site promoters are saying, give us more flexibility, because there could be different ways of doing it. And you're saying, yeah. And I suppose it does come back to what else there, really. I mean, the solution to this is to have some sort of comprehensive framework that both site promoters work to and agree. But in the absence of that, I'm not sure there's anything wrong with the policy. I can see the problem that you've got. And I can see why, it's frustrating that DM are providing that sort of response. And I suppose, so I'm not quite sure what the solution is. Yeah, noted. Well, I'll have a think about that. And yeah.
It was a similar point just in terms of requirements for kind of open space, play space, things like that as well.
Yeah.
Again, it's very much blanket across, and I understand it's to do with the comprehensive and master plan approach. It's a blanket requirement across the application. We are suggesting it needs to be quite clear that's from demand generated development, such as residential. So again, for the hotel, that is not generating new population that would be requiring children's play space. But there's discussions with DM officers, it's suggesting that that would be a consideration if they're not providing to the north, they would be looking to us to the south.
I suppose, it comes back to the same issue, really, doesn't it? You need a comprehensive approach, and collectively, the site should deliver the mix of things that the policy is asking for. Picking it up in bits creates the problem.
It was really just to articulate that there is a need for both the community space and for the green space in that site allocation, and that's what it's reflecting.
Because of the mix of uses proposed on the site,
and to maintain that level of access to community facilities and also green space. With regards to the community facilities, there is a flexibility within the policy to do needs-based assessment at the time, because we appreciate community space needs change and vary over time, so there is that flexibility on the community use. But I think this is more a broader point about this site being picked off in separate small pieces.
Yeah, I think the issue for our client is that if they were looking at the long-term potential of a mixed-use development, and it includes kind of residential and things like that, that all these policy requirements might fall on them if the north side haven't necessarily complied at this stage, because if the end officers say, okay, that's fine, it will come forward later on.
Yeah, but I think they shouldn't, I can't say they shouldn't be doing that. I mean, the policy, I can only deal with the policy, can't I? And the policy says it needs to be comprehensively worked out and that, the other, and the mix of uses, it needs to sort of coherent. It's a challenge because you're saying, well, is it effective? Because, in the development management process, but I'm not sure. The effect, the logic of what you may be suggesting would be that you don't actually get what's required, because if you're breaking it down and you're saying, well, if they don't do it, we're not going to do it either. Put it crudely, sorry, but it doesn't work, does it? Because it doesn't deliver what's needed. So I think. Yeah, I understand that now. I'll give it some thought, but I don't think it's a fault of the policy as such. Go on. Do you want to?
No, it was just a little clarification that just to clarify, at the moment, this application would be assessed against the adopted local plan, which doesn't allocate the site. So there potentially is a slightly different policy context, but we're happy to go away and have a chat with our DM officers about
that might be the best outcome we get from today.
Because I think, it's fair to say, at the moment, considering this allocation, we've not looked at it as comprehensively against the adopted.
I mean, we're straying. I mean, it just out of interest, really, but linked to that. I mean, in terms of the development process in Newham, you as a team consulted on.
It depends on whether or not DM request our help / we think that it's important that we're involved in the site. So normally for allocations like this, where it is an emerging allocation, we'd say this is an emerging allocation, but it has limited weight because there have been representations raised at Reg 19. So they should be aware of these points. But yeah, we'll check who the officer is and we'll have a chat at some point over next.
Okay.
few weeks officers.
Yeah, understood. And in terms of the short term, it doesn't actually prevent you doing the things in the short term, and the hotel needs to sort of keep going. But,
That's right. Yeah, so it's not that, it's just kind of making sure, just from the conversations we've had with the unfortunate health, they're already applying something, so they're trying to push back. So it's just the impacts on that, and then protecting the long-term interest, so that it's not all for one person.
Okay, right. I think we'll move on to N for SA4. So this is places for London and Ballymore site, yeah?
Correct, yeah.
Different, you go in different bits again?
No, it's it's a joint venture now.
Right.
So Ballymore, it's been in places, it's TfL site. It's where it's an old, it's Elizabeth line working site, or was during the construction of Elizabeth line. So it's cleared now. It's got 2 Elizabeth line shafts on it, owned by TfL. TfL went out for a tender process and Ballymore was selected as a preferred bidding partner sort of 3 or 4 months ago.
Okay. Right, so on the pro forma, it's not contributing to the 5-year supply. It's 697 on the design capacity. Yeah, there's no applications, pre-application studies going on.
Pre-applications have started.
Yeah, and is that confirming 697 or something different?
Well, overall, I mean, several things which we'll come on to.
Yeah.
The overall at the moment on the southern sort of chunk of the site, we're looking at 1,200 homes. We'll take early capacity testing on our team, with the idea that they would all be delivered within the planned period, so before 42. I expect, I mean, again, we're guessing at the moment, but the idea is a planning application during the course of next year, hope that it will be approved the year after, which is 27, which should now start on site in 28. You could get some homes possibly by 32. I've been guessing now, but you could have 200-300 homes possibly by that stage, but we're at the start of the process.
Yeah, okay.
But the ambition is that by the end of the plan period to 2042, this site will be completely finished and off.
And your capacity assessment is more than that. I mean, I think places of London referred to 1,500.
Yes, there was very early.
Very early, sort of.
I mean, there's a slight confusion here, which is probably worth just highlighting at the start. So places, the site allocation as is, the boundary for it has moved around a bit between plans. Places, I think, have submitted quite comprehensive representations, but they say that the bus station, which is the top right-hand limb, is not likely to come forward. So whether or not they envisage that at some point, that is not, as we understand it, coming forward. It's not part of the Ballymore TfL joint venture.
Okay, and in terms of viability, what have we got from Dr. Lee?
Yeah, so it's row 53.
Sorry, row
53.
53, thanks.
BLV3, and it's viable to 50%.
50? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay, right, so what are we issues here? We've got issues about height.
Yes.
Again?
I would say on all the sites that we've been talking about, I mean, obviously it's important for all. This is probably more a slightly starker issue and more fundamental towards the deliverability of the site. We've, at the moment, the current cap, but the current maximum height is setting at, I think it's 20 stories, with a prevailing of 7 to 10 stories. We have been in pre-application discussions already, it's worth knowing that, with schemes that are up to 33 stories, which have, as a matter of principle, been supported on townscape and other matters by both the GLA and your DM officers, slightly contrast to the conversation we just had. Those are, and the reason for that scale of height is primarily twofold. One is that there are some quite significant infrastructure requirements coming through the site, through the bridge. There are some significant constraints surrounding the site which add to the cost, and there is also a plan requirement that for, they say, 2 hectares of open space, which is providing for more than just development itself coming forward, but also looking at a wider community offer for the Canning Town area. The consequence of that is the developable area, when you put that 2 hectares in there alongside the existing Elizabeth line shafts, which sit to the southern part of the site, mean that the developable area is quite narrow on that site compared to the overall site allocation. And therefore, in terms of proper planning and design-led master plan that we talked about, that will require buildings of some height on the site. And contextually, the 20-storey height that's been suggested is lower than all the surrounding buildings, both north, south, east and west. You'll appreciate this is an area that's changed incredibly, well, substantially over the last 10 years. All the neighbouring sites have come forward one way or the other, but heights range from 30 plus stories to the north, 26 stories in Brunel Street works. London City Island, another Ballymore scheme, is 27 stories, and that's immediately to the west. And then to the south, Good Luck Hope is up to 30 stories. So contextually, in terms of design-led, we do think there's opportunity for taller buildings. The height of those buildings will be fundamental in terms of deliverability. It is a publicly owned site, so the affordable housing requirement will be high, the expectation will be high, and obviously TfL being a joint partner, that brings relationship with the GLA and their aspirations. So collective, and this is why I say it again, collectively that is a heavy requirement in terms of how we deliver the site. So height actually is really key. And at the moment we're talking about heights which are possibly 10 stories difference. And see no evidence that suggests that the heights we're talking about would necessarily be unacceptable. And just as a side point, again, the prevailing heights reference in here is 7 to 10 stories, but the council's own capacity testing looked at no less than 10 stories. So everything was 10 stories up to 19, which ends up with quite a few buildings all of the same height, but we think there's an opportunity for a bit more of a townscape response. And I think as a final piece, just for your information, you may well have seen this, but the Places for London team did their own assessment of townscape from Montague Evans, submitted in evidence, and that was directly supported or looking at why we felt that buildings of taller height would be achieved on the site. And the reason I emphasise it again is because it is a deliverability point, and we do think it is an important point in terms of deliverability. Right, there are some other points we'd like to get across, but that is key. And I think the scale of difference between the height that's referenced for this particular site and the opportunity is noticeable. And I think we've been comforted by the way that the DN team have responded, that sort of principal height is acceptable. And I would say there is airport safeguarding at the site, but we're within below the airport safeguarding limits for this sort of option. So it is a really important point for us, and it's what we want to get right, I think, at this stage.
Yeah, okay. I mean, the issue of viability and building heights is one that's, I suppose, not factored into the building height study, which is itself well, it's a townscape-led approach, isn't it? Well, no, it's not just townscape. It's the factors that we went through at PTA. Quite often you say it's TTL and it's townscape, and they're the sort of the key things. You have got some. I know some of the points about the bridge and the open park and things, but should we deal with this then first? Yeah. This general point about viability and the scale of development and the surrounding context. Again, it's an evolving context, and it's you may just say the same things again.
No. Actually, I have other points to add. So if we look at page 10 of the Tall Building Annex EP 423, this describes the existing building height in Canning Town, and you will see that there is a range of height that goes from 40 to 60 meters, and then just 2 buildings that goes above that between 60 and 100 meters. So of course, they are looking at the highest point in Canning Town, but what we are proposing here, 60 meters, is actually in line with the prevailing height of the context, which is between 40 and 60 meters. And then, unfortunately, this is the last site to come forward in Canning Town, so it needs to take also in consideration the cumulative impact of that tall buildings have, and we have talked in the policy about saturation of the skyline, because in Canning Town there have been building already very tall buildings, and we have also acknowledged the proximity with Tower Hamlets, and this is also highlighted in the tall buildings annex. And the other point is that basically we had many representation from our residents, and I can give you one of the reference, but it's basically the same line that they have used, Ready Team E005-003. And they've been mainly concerned about the noise issue caused by the already very tall development built there. And this is caused by basically the DLR and the metro, the tube, and the very large extent of the building that has been built. So we need to protect also this, because they have expressed their concern that new development can increase this noise issue. There is a wind tunnel already created there, and there is a very big issue about the noise. So we don't.
So the taller the building, the more it exacerbates noise from the tube.
Yes.
I'm sure that's
and also it's also like the development is very like long development. It's not isolated tall building. It's like the Brunner Walk is a very long building that then starts to step down. But this is design aspect. As the wind touch the building, if they are very straight, they will create more wind and noise issue.
But that may or may not be true, and I don't know. But that wasn't a factor in the tall building.
No.
So
I'm not saying that.
Sure
I'm not saying that this was in the assessment, but I'm just saying that.
Okay, well that's a DM issue, isn't it?
The 60-meter height is in line with what is there, and we don't want to saturate the skyline and increase this issue.
So the saturation point wasn't a factor wasn't one of the criteria in the tall building.
Yeah, we talk about that in the tall building annex. Yes, we talk about the saturation in Stratford and Canning Town, which are the areas where there are already existing cluster of tall buildings, and we say that our approach was to always go lower than what has already been established in those two key areas. So we established that the highest point that was built was the highest point, and then we will go below that.
So
and at that point in time was the Brunel Walk scheme.
So let me just understand this, because I don't think this was actually.
Yeah. So
part of the strategy, if we're taking a strategic approach to tall buildings across Newham, choosing the zones and the heights within them, I don't remember, anyway, the saturation point was one part of the strategy, and that identified specifically Stratford and Canning Town.
Yeah, because this is
which bits of Canning Town and Stratford?
Basically, these were the two tall building locations in the adopted plan. So
not those neighbourhoods?
No, not neighbourhoods. The tall building location in the adopted plan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So Stratford and Canning Town in the adopted plan. So that is a defined area that would include this allocation and these other allocations in this sort of southwest part of Canning Town.
Can I come back on the?
But anyway, so you're saying that the point about evolving context and being character, there's a deliberate. In this case, you're saying there's a deliberate approach in this tall building zone to keep the heights below the tallest ones around and more in line with the prevailing.
Yes.
Which is what you say.
Yeah.
Okay.
Page 54.
Yeah.
It's showing the adopted tall building zones in the current plan.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
This is the tall building annex.
Yeah. PB23.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So that on tall buildings. So you're saying there's a particular reason in this particular tall building zone to do that. Okay. Well, I mean, as I said, so I think, respond to.
Well, I mean, this is identified as a site for tall buildings, and the consequence of the council's approach is you get more of them. They're still going to be there, and they're still going to be 20 plus stories, and they're 20. I mean, in the capacity study, I can see that you've got, I think, 10 or 11 buildings in there, including one which is sitting on top of a river wall, which couldn't be delivered in that location. And I think that's that townscape opportunity, if you have more variation of height, is a much better solution than one which is just a uniform of the same buildings at the same height. But I would say obviously we don't agree with the saturation point. It's very clear you've got London City Island, which is very close by, 27 stories. I know those maximum heights, but they do, and they drift down to the south. You've got Good Luck Hope, which sits immediately south of 30 stories top building, 26, 27, all the way through. And Brunel, which is quite a strident building because it's quite long, that sits on that side. So there's a number of townscape reasons. I mean, we don't support the saturation point because the visibility of sites is really only from the surrounding areas and the DLR if you go past that way. We've done our own townscape analysis. I just don't think it supports that notion. And with due respect to your design colleagues, they don't agree with that. So again, in sort of pre-app terms, we're having a very different conversation about height. And some of that is about the ability to properly master plan the site. So it is problematic for us that the heights that they stand at the moment achieve that, and the consequence of that, and I know viability and heights do have a relationship, the consequence of that would be to reduce the amount of affordable housing on a site like this. And that we think is not a positive outcome, but we don't think the harm of tall buildings on that merits the sort of position that you've taken. And I think the harm of actually affordable housing, which is in your sort of delivery infrastructure, or not infrastructure delivery, but benefit delivery list at the top, would outweigh the harm that we'd be deriving from by reducing that amount. So the harm of tall buildings on this site. So there is a concern there, and places have been quite thorough with their position on that. And we know from all the pre-application discussions to date, there is not a principal concern at GLA level or at council to that. And I also think, in terms of housing delivery, again, that's a really important consideration that we're sitting here. And that was the opportunity to do that on this site. And this site has been vacant for an awfully long time since the visible line. So if we go to new MPPF, I know we talk about old MPPF, but new MPPF is very, very, very supportive of land, brownfield land next to stations. And we're talking less of substantial harm than the current MPPF. It should be supported. So it is a really important thing, because one of the other issues that we talk about briefly, I'm sure in a minute, is to do with delivery of bridge link and improved linkages to the site, and the requirement for the open space. And those have consequential impacts on both developable areas and access and legibility into the site. And it's achieving the right balance. And at the moment, we say the balance is not right in that policy.
Yeah. Understood. Can we just pick up on those two specific policy requirements then? The pedestrian bridge, where is this under infrastructure? Yes, it does provide a new pedestrian bridge connection from the IMO site through to Brunel Street Works. Right. Okay. So and that one, and the pocket park, 2 hectare park.
Well, it's a bit more than a pocket
It's
park.
not a pocket.
It's a local park.
Does it refer to anyway in the policy?
It is in
Infrastructure requirements, I think. Yeah.
Infrastructure towards the at the top. First point under infrastructure requirements.
Oh, yeah. So we should provide a local park, minimum of 2 hectares, consolidated. Okay. So you're saying that the prescription in there, well, on the park, it's the 2 hectares?
It's 2 hectares.
On the fact that it has to be consolidated.
Well, it's a bit of both. I mean, I think we agree that this site has the opportunity to provide a large area of open space. At the moment, the master plan approach, and again, indicative diagrams, but the master plan approach has taken a slightly different option. Some of the green space on the diagram is actually over the top of some cross-rail infrastructure. So, and the main vehicle entrance into the site. So, I noticed one of the changes and modifications refers to green spaces, not open spaces, green open spaces. And some of these spaces will not be green and open in those ways. So the likelihood is on this site that it will be more along the River Lee, or this is Bow Creek on this site, but around the River Lee, and coming under. And just as a clarification, I mean, originally this site included land to the south of the lower Lee crossing. For various reasons, that's no longer part of this site. It's actually part of Thameside West site, which you heard about earlier on today. And we did question whether or not that 2 hectares had come about because of that, because it's this linear green space that's going up there. But I think, again, this 2 hectares is something we're aspiring to achieve on the site. The challenge is if we can't deliver tall buildings, that becomes a very difficult thing, because it will be more buildings and they'll be across more of the site. And that we don't necessarily think is the right solution. So just question, the map, I would say the image is, we're evolving. And in fairness, the council hadn't seen any of this work until very recently, so it's not surprising because it's only just started. The green spaces shown probably are going to be more river facing and less in the right-hand bottom corner. And then secondly, it comes back to the developable area and the ability to achieve buildings of height to deliver all these other benefits that this site is seeking to achieve.
Yeah. And the bridge, you say, isn't.
Well, the issue with the bridge is it's an absolute corker of a bridge, because it's got to go above the Jubilee line and the DLR, and underneath a set of pylons and electricity cables. So it's quite a complicated piece of structure. It's actually quite a long span to get across there as well. And it's not that there's no aspiration, because the Brunel Street scheme, which sits on the other side of the tracks, does safeguard a landing zone for it. It's the complexity and cost of delivering it and just making sure that all parties are aware of that. So I think the council can refer to it potentially as alternative funding, but it's a complicated bridge. We're working on currently the design for that bridge. We know pretty much where the location is going to be. But I think places as well as us were just looking at it. If it is almost impossible to deliver, there'd have to be an alternative arrangement. At the moment, the aspiration is to deliver the bridge, but it's complex.
So the policy requires provision of the bridge connection. Your suggestion is it should require safeguarding land.
We've said safeguarding and land initially. There's a question over funding. I think, though, in all honesty, I think our side would like to see the bridge delivered. I think it's just a question of how it fits into the agreements of everything, and also that we are planning for that bridge to be delivered within the scheme.
Rather than being responsible for delivering it yourself.
Exactly. And yes, potentially, because I think with TfL as a partner, that would be something they wish to see. I think it's an acknowledgement that it comes with quite a hefty degree of complexity to it. And if it becomes, again, a very difficult and challenging thing to deliver the viability of the scheme, it's working through those options. And I think in the previous infrastructure delivery plans from the council, we referred to this as being possibly a bridge with alternative funding to be considered.
So it's just detailed wording of this. It's not the principle of the bridge. It's how prescriptive.
It's just
it's not quite clear what it means, but it could be interpreted to say that the developer is responsible for providing the whole thing.
Yeah. And at the moment, we think that could be a possibility, but it's going to be weighing the balance. And again, how we get back to heights, but heights are a component in all of that.
Okay, thank you. Right. Do you want to?
Yeah,
there's the open space, the bridge, and
I could come in on the bridge, and an apology for me. I think in my matters responses, I got this bridge confused with the bridge in N4 SA5. Yeah. So you have a very comprehensive response on the importance of the bridge in response to that matter. But just to kind of summarise the position in the matters paper, this is identified as a priority project, the bridge, in the sustainable transport strategy, because of how isolated this site is.
Yeah.
So at the moment, the only access to the site would be via Canning Town Station, which is a public right of way. So there's really importance of, if we are increasing residential numbers on this site, we need to make sure that those residents, have access to the town centre, and equally the benefits of the park route, that residents from Canning Town can also access that. So just to say, we continue to afford it very significant weight in decision making, given how isolated it currently is, and we feel that it needs to be delivered in order for the site to deliver residential.
But when it says development should provide it, is that what's that phrase meant to mean?
It should be
develop
provided as part of the planning application. The applications in general of these infrastructure requirements are silent on funding. To recognise there could be a number of different funding sources, and that's captured in the sustainable transport strategy about where we think the funding may come from.
Okay. So the wording is appropriate. It needs to be, the planning application needs to demonstrate that the bridge will be delivered as part of the scheme.
Yes.
And the funding is, well, not specific to. Okay, thank you. And in terms of the park, 2 hectares.
Yes.
That's based on the needs assessment and needs provision. And again, we're back to the green blobs. The flexibility around how it could be provided.
I would say there's flexibility, but the reason why 2 hectares has been specified in certain locations is because historically we've had green space sort of incidentally through the site.
Yeah.
And a park, consolidated park, is very different to play along the way, etc., etc. And the green and water infrastructure strategy really demonstrated we don't have that usable green space. So yes, there can be flexibility on where it's located, but the consolidation of that 2 hectares is incredibly important because if we don't do that, we're going to fall below what is already, as I said before, already a very low standard for London. And
I think in fairness there's recognition of that, and I think it's more just a geographical extent that I know we've raised concerns, but broken record time, it does depend on us getting taller buildings on the site. So just, I mean, if there is to be flexibility, that is a key part for that. And at the moment we are working towards that 2 hectares, but it's dependent upon getting taller buildings on that site.
Yes, okay. Well, as I said, the approach to tall buildings is obviously something that's, it's recurred on virtually every allocation, and we had all the discussion yesterday, so it's...
And if it was one, I know we talked about briefing sites, this one is a bit of a conundrum to get to. It's not that easy to get to.
Right,
but
okay.
You can see it from, if you come out of the back end of Canning Town next to London City Island in Rotunda, you can get down there. You can go on the low league crossing, but it's sort of taking life into your hands a little bit on that one.
Well, thanks for the watch.
The environment's not quite right, but I think in terms of context, if that is the principal issue, I would commend that to you. You can have a look. But I think
look from where, sorry.
You can see it if you come out of the Rotunda. So at Canning Town Station, you come at the back part, Rotunda towards London City Island. Come up. I think you can get down a little way, but if you can't, you can still see it from the bridge, or you can walk around London City Island. Alternatively, you get about a 20-second view as you come along the DLR to Canning Town.
Okay, well, I'm planning to do, depending on when we finish today, I'm planning to do some side this afternoon, so I might be on my agenda if it's not so grey and dark by the time I get out.
But I know, I do, I mean, we've talked about tall buildings, but this is the one, Ballymore's contemporaries, when we speak to them, say we need that to get that, that's key.
Yeah. We've had 2 now, please, but this is the main one. Right?
You said on every single one, but I think when we were in a couple of stories, I think you can work with that. But I think where we are in a sort of quite a significant difference, that's more problematic.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay.
I think so. Sorry, there was one piece, but I think we talked about on in relation to the Connaught Riverside, which is the co-living. Again, we're looking at co-living and possibly some other products on this site, co-living students.
Yeah.
Uses. I don't know, it does say residential at the top. Yes,
but I suppose this wouldn't include a local centre in this case, because that was part of the.
Yes, it's not.
So would it be prohibited under the?
It would be. I mean, we're saying we're in very close proximity with the bridge, particularly. You're literally straight into there. At the moment, this site is not included in the town centre boundary. I suspect it would be a site that would be in some shape or form possibly in the future, because just good placemaking means you want to put some uses that encourage people to come onto the site, especially if you've got the space and you've got to get people to the open space. So we are considering, again, for deliverability purposes, student or co-living. I suspect at the moment it's more towards co-living product, and that again is quite important on the overall deliverability. There are policies that we would have to respond to separately, but in terms of the ingredients for the site, it's quite key.
So would the DM so the policy wouldn't rule out co-living with the way residential development is defined. It's then onto the consideration of development management in the context
of
the rules.
And I'm sure we'll come on to it in relation to the HMO policy that we have, but with developments of that level of density, we need to make sure that, one, there aren't unnecessary amenity impacts, and two, that those residents have access to, facilities within close proximity to their homes. So yeah, from our perspective, because there isn't necessarily a town centre or major road necessarily within that location, we think it could be challenging to deliver co-living, albeit acknowledging that when it comes in practice, because it's quite similar to our adopted policy, where there is, significant evidence to suggest that a site is actually very well connected, despite not being those, hard and fast rules. There can be some flexibility applied.
Well, I think we'll leave it to that policy, because I don't think this policy rules it out, because it just talks about residential. I think that would include co-living. So it comes down to the detailed wording of the H policy.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else?
I think that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. That's helpful. We've covered quite a lot today. It's so we've got one more allocation, the Canning Town Riverside. This is let's get to the former planning permission, detailed permission, full permission, yeah, 871. So that's the capacity.
Yes, and yeah, we expect it all to be delivered in the budget and supply.
Right. So this has got full permission, so it's clear evidence. It should be considered deliverable unless there's clear evidence to the contrary.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we've sort of utilised, data that the applicant provided in their application form, and their application documents about when they thought it would deliver.
And viability.
Viability is BLV3.
Yeah.
And that's around 35.
Row what?
35.
35.
Yeah. Viable as 50%.
Okay. And what is the planning permission have? Do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head. I have to look that up. Sorry.
So that's it's sometimes interesting to get this when you to do the comparison between what the typology goes through. Okay. Right. So I think does that cover off everything under neighbourhood 4. So I know you don't have any issues with neighbourhood 5. So if you wish to leave, I'm just going to run through some quick questions on that. So if you want to,
I think we might do. Just try and put all the papers back.
Okay. Right. So 4 allocations. So these are all council owned, aren't they?
They are. Yeah.
Yeah. So we haven't got viability. So we'll just run through the trajectories and the permissions just to understand. Well, actually, no, I don't even need to do that really. The pro formas are up to date.
Yes, they are. Yeah, so the Custom House Freemasons Road site has a couple of planning permissions which we expect to deliver before the 5-year land supply period, and then the rest of it is an outline permission that we expect to deliver within the 5-year land supply period.
And it's been actively taken forward by the council or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the other 2 are they're both longer term projects, so we phase those in the long term.
Well, one's at year 11, that is a long term. What's wrong with that then?
Well, I think Darren alluded to in the opening statement some of the financial difficulties the council has at the moment. So yeah, it's prioritising the Freemasons Road site first.
Yeah, okay. And let's say 4, that's got permission under construction, yeah?
It does, yeah.
So that'll be done and finished.
Over that way, I believe. You might be able to see it from here, but yeah, we've got it completed in the year before adoption, all those homes.
Right, thank you. Okay. So that brings us to the end of today's session. Don't think there's anything else we need to talk about. I've started drafting an action point note, which I think I probably will share with you tomorrow, rather than leaving to the end of next week, because it's got some fairly immediate things to take forward. It's always helpful, I think, for people to see what direction some things are going in, and then we can hopefully I don't know what your capacity is. Obviously, you're in sessions next week, so there's a limit to what you'll be able to do, presumably in responding to action points. And it depends what they are. But bear in mind, these are things that are relatively, things immediate. So in terms of potential responses, the written statements are in now. The next block of hearing sessions are 19th of January, is it?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, a week.
And then a week in February, and then the next week, the latter 2 weeks, there's a week in between.
Yes, that's right.
In between.
Yeah, so I think it's the 19th of January, then the 2nd of February.
It's the 20th.
Yes, sorry, the 19th, the week beginning the 19th, yes, Tuesday 20th.
Yeah.
So that is, what I mean, presumably you're having a dinner at Christmas, probably a day or two, yeah?